Hello, I'm Damien. I'm Gamien, and it's Jimmy in the Pulsating Mass Time. When last we left off, we learned a lot of potentially learned like some pretty blatant secrets by the end, where it seems that this could very well be a situation where we are in this dream world because Jimmy is in a cancer-induced coma of some variety, and the pulsating mass is said cancer, and it's all in Jimmy's head in various ways. But we also gained access to a spaceship. More importantly, that spaceship acts as an airship, and so we have the entire world open before us and many, many things to potentially do. Finding, what do you call them? Light bulbs and visiting new areas and all that fun stuff. I've actually written down, as far as I can tell, everything that we quote-unquote can do currently. We might be at the end of the game. There might still be more game to unlock. I have spent pretty much all day today, not intending to, but it kind of sort of happened, and oh well. I spent a lot of today, all day today, just kind of grinding and stuff, because it's fun in this game. Mostly to the tune of getting deeper into that dark dungeon, the board game dungeon, and obtaining the things both within it and within the next round of the arena. I have completed the next cup of the arena, a thing that I keep doing off screen primarily because the cup itself is boring. We might do, if there is a last cup, we might do that on screen. Because again, we're just kind of doing all the stuff we can do right now. But I got new items, got a bunch of all new good stuff. For example, Jimmy now has an Eradicator Ray. If you're an evil alien overlord, you can order these. His normal attacks will hit all enemies once again, but more importantly, it's just because it's strong as heck. Because like he previously had on, I actually gave him a cyber kick previously because I had gotten that as well. And the cyber kick is the same thing as the gladiator sword, but it gives 20 agility. But most importantly, like regardless of which one, it's like, okay, well that's still a boost of 30 extra attack points, and it can hit everyone. Yeah, that sounds good. Not necessarily needed for regular things, but it's a thing that would help me out very much in the dungeon, which we'll get to eventually. But regardless, we have also obtained a new item from the arena shop, the Doctor's Coat. He's now immune to immunodeficiency, as well as being slightly stronger than the gladiator armor, which allows me to free this up for those things. Yep. I still hate the menu for that. Helga, we have obtained what I think might be her ultimate weapon from the Dark Dungeon, because she previously had also a gladiator sword, and look at that, it's a 100 and a 20 higher than the gladiator sword. So I'm pretty sure that's it might not actually be ultimate, but it is strong. So you hide an anchor in that thing. And she is wearing a cyber suit, which is the same thing as the gladiator armor, but she also had a doctor. I actually had bought a doctor's coat for almost everyone. I guess she was wearing. I also bought cyber suit for almost everyone. Then I realized that would cause me issues at this point. But like Helga doesn't need a doctor's suit, technically speaking, or a doctor's coat, because she is immune to all common status effects anyway. Possibly to all status effects. Is it all status effects or all common ones? Yeah, all the common ones. So like don't really need that, and for 5 defense on both parts, I could instead have 5 more or 10 more attack. That's what the cyber suit does. It's the same power, slightly more powerful than the exactly the same defense as the gladiator armor, but gives a bonus of 10 attack as well. Sure, right, she's using that, and she is of course still using her heavy-handed glove, because that makes her powerful, and I enjoy that. And the calming bell, in case we need the mental clarity, which we don't need as much as we did before, but it's still useful. Andrew here still has the vampire fangs. He has his own doctor's coat, just because he doesn't need the attack power, so he might as well keep the defense, even though he also doesn't need the immunodeficiency because we got the Sun Badge from the arena. I was really disappointed to find out that this was unique, since it gives a boost of... what do you call it? Look at that. 15. A boost of 15 to every stat, as well as giving the ability Thermal Bomb and Rough House, and also resistance to common status ailments. So, like, that was supposed to be something better. Or something that's something that I wish I could have had for, you know, more people. And all that good stuff. But now we can only have one, so we gave it to Andrew, though, because Jimmy can't have it. And better than him than Lars. But because he's protected from all status ailments, and he also has a Thermal Bomb through this, we were able to give him other things, such as maintaining his Black Spiral, and the incredibly expensive and powerful Molecular Beam. You will see this later, but spoilers, Oh, where did my brain go? It costs 120. But it also has no cooldown. So, like, it's super expensive, but it's super powerful and can be used continually. And we also grabbed this magnifying glass from the Dark Dungeon. Hello, Maven. Molecular Beam. Molecular Beam, yes. Or Molecular. And the magnifying glass here changes the focus ability for him. And it also gives him like 50 more magic attack as well. So what the focus ability normally did, and I never touched it. Oh, Molecular Beam, Molecular Beam. Particle Man. Beams whatever the molecular can. Focus normally made it to where for 5 turns, bonus attack and magic attack, but it also costs like 10 MP per turn, or not 10 MP, 10% MP per turn. By having the magnifying glass on, instead it halves MP costs. So, luckily being here, 120, theoretically, if that does, unless that's saying focus in and of itself has had its MP cost halved, I guess I can find out by this real quick, being like, hey, magnifying glass, go away. No, it made it cost more, so it's indeed a different thing entirely. It's just a different version of focus. Okay, gotta grab that back again. So now that I just look at that, so now I pay 15 more MP, but it gives a boost of attack and magic for 5 turns, a 50% boost, and it halves MP costs for said 5 turns. And being an instant ability, which focus already was, I'm pretty sure that means I use that and then can still do a different ability that turn. It has a 10-turn cooldown, but basically that means we can be like, hey, use this, and then we can just Molecular Beam for 5 turns for 60. That is powerful, and I like it. And then down here with Lars, he's got a Cyber Kick equipped, because why not? Doctor's Coat, because same reason. We have given him the Everything Bag, because more than anything, it's just I didn't really feel like giving him anything else. I could have, but I didn't want to. I could give him this, and he'd have a +5 to everything, except for attack, which is a +10, it looks like. Could give him back the Golden Cross or whatever, but here's the Doctor's Coat, so he's immune to immunodeficiency, and that's the thing I'm most concerned about people being immune to. This Moonbeam here, though, grants Moon Power. Or not Moonbeam, Moon Badge. Teach Rejuvenate First Aid. Also, he has a 5% HP and MP regen, so he has a little bit of regen, and he also has more HP regen, a little bit of MP regen. What Rejuvenate did, /do, it heals everyone a little bit, and also gives a 5% MP regen for 3 turns. So he has become sort of like a backup supplementary healer, on top of his being a tank and everything else that Lars can do. So all in all, I am very happy with where I am sitting right now in everything. We also gained through wandering the Dark Dungeon. We have gained all of these guys here. This is the Mystical set. Holy Grail, an Easter Island statue, a Voodoo Mask is what it's called here, Stonehenge, a Totem, and a Sarcophagus. And with all that, we also have the full girly set upstairs. I'll go show you what's there. But we also have the Mystical set here now. Plus 20 to everything, for everyone. So that's good. And then up here we have the girly shit. This coffee maker is the one thing we were generally missing otherwise. But I do also have... I guess we can do it up here because we're up here now. I did also, by the end of everything, get every one of the gym set, and I didn't look at what it can do. So we're going to look at that. That's a punching bag. A barbell. I'm pretty certain I'm not going to be particularly impressed with whatever thing is in here, but we'll find out. Outside of that last item you may have seen as we skipped past it, a beefcake. I don't know what this is going to be. I guess it's supposed to inspire you to work out? Oh. It's just actually some sort of beefcake guy. Okay, let's just go find out what the ability set is. Everyone gains a 25% chance to counter physical attacks. Oh, do I like that more than I like the plus 10 for just plus 10? I like the plus 10 better. That affects everything instead of a thing that might affect a lot. Also, because I just like... I still don't have the full Scaly set. We have more pieces of it, like this colorful lamp, made out of fish. But I don't quite have everything yet. It's the same with a lot of other situations. Dolly, I don't like the dolly, but you know, it is what it is. It gets us the set. A love sheet. It's a love sheet. And a high-heeled shoe. Okay. Then of course we have the box fan here, another thing we gained, which gives us plus 4 agility. And it's probably better than plus 4. This is what the giant novelty dice look like, at least. Oh. Alright, guys, we're still missing one piece of the modern set, right? I bought that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're missing one piece. So I did buy the plasma TV. Yay. Oh, that was actually all I was intending to do at the start. That's what started off my grind session. Was I'm like, I'm just gonna, you know, get to. I'll just get us to the last bit of. I'll just get my I'll grind in the arcade a little bit. Is what the plan was just doing the arcade grinding to obtain the last couple things. Not the last couple things, but the one piece of the modern furniture set we can get, and also those dice. And that didn't, and then I just kind of kept playing. I forgot about this place. We can go this place too now. Let me Kung Fu Tower. Okay, that explains where that person came from. Okay, sorry, I just need to write this down on my shit up thing. Kung Fu Tower, which is in Everchip. Okay. But I didn't want to do this one first. I didn't even remember it, to be frank. I was intending to start off with the arena because it's going to be just let me sit down, please. Sit down. Sit. Flop a light. I'm not going to want to be the vampire, or probably going to want to be the flower, honestly. But because as with every other session of every other thing we've beaten, when we completed the cup, we got a special exhibition, i.e. a boss fight. So let's do that. Good luck. Oh! Bashicus Maximus. Feed the beast! Feed the beast! Or, punch each other. You seem to be missing a hand. Nothing to grift from you. Alrighty, well, let's start off with just smacking. And by which I mean smacking. And by which I mean Andrew, focus. Thank you. Molecular beam. And set up that rejuvenate to start with, I guess. Oh, you don't stand a chance, fool. Pew, pew, pew. State of cat-like readiness. Oh no, you're alert. Doesn't really do much for you. You don't do anything at all, do you? Unless you have a second form, I feel like you're just not doing anything. Nope, there you go. Okay. That's really weird. Because the thing is, too, the cup that came before him was a lot easier than the cup before it as well. I mean, might be because we had already been kind of over level and grinded and everything, but I had a lot easier time with doing that, with grinding in that one to buy things than I did in the one before. But hey, level ups. Figured it would happen. My shoulder hadn't been the same ever since I went toe-to-toe with that Helga lady. I did it. I beat the champion of the Stinkweed Cup. I got a gold Jimmy! Okay, now question. Is there... Okay, no, that's all it is. So we have completed the arena. Second thing to check, because... just curiosity. Do we have yet more new things here? Are we done? Yeah, no, we are entirely done. Outside just buying something for the sake of being like, I can buy that now, ha ha ha. We have everything. Cool, we are done with the arena. And of course now we need... No, that's the wrong way. Now we gotta go and find out what the gold Jimmy's like, though. I presume a gold statue of Jimmy. So weird, though, that they... The final round of the final encounter entirely of the arena is just a futzed up thing like that. Okay, whatever. Clubhouse. I haven't bought all the songs because they're expensive. I mean, I could, but alrighty. What is it? I'm gonna guess it's here in other. Yep, gold Jimmy. It's amazing, but let's melt it down into bars. Works to complete any rare set. Oh. So, like, we set up the gold Jimmy there. And then Rose table. That is fancy. That's a wild card. I mean, I want this set regardless. The Mistel set actually set up regardless, but since we're down here, this is where the thing is too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing one. What didn't I set up? Rose table, lily pad, daisy. It was the daisy. Okay. So the floral set is 5% regen for everyone. That is probably a thing we're going to hold on to. Okay, then we have guitar. We don't have enough of that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So we can't do that one yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Mid-size sedan. So we have other ones to check. I should write down the thing I keep writing down though. Alright, Jim. 25%. Come on. 25% counter chance. Floral set is 5% HP regen. Okay. Sure, now we can find out what's going on with the sculpture. How we're going with these things. A skyscraper. Plasma TV. And finally, the elegant ice one. So the modern set gets us... Items are 25% more effective. We'll write that down, but don't care. I mean, it's nice, but compared to the other options we have, it's not really my style. 25% atom effectiveness. And finally will be the pixel set. With a treasure chest. I'm so sorry that I set up a windmill instead. A throne. A tree. A fountain. Genie. And a king. I don't like the king just hanging out here, but... Ooh. Bonus 25 experience and 25% more. Okay. Imagination experience. Still not the thing we want, but good to know. So pixel is plus 25% PX. That's a money sign. Percent PXP / imagine PXP. So good if I sit here being like, I'm going to just grind extra hard. But otherwise... I also have a curiosity further, so we're going to first start off by getting this stuff set back up. Oh, it was already set up. Rail. Stonehenge. Voodoo mask. Holy Grail gives me a knife. That's a good Easter Island statue head. That's all 5 of them. Or there should be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So my curiosity is... Alright, floral. Rose table. Lily pad. Daisy. Happy little end table. And a still life. Does the Jimmy statue being down here still grant me that stat bonus? It does. Good. Okay. And so the fan is agility versus what did Turtle give me? Turtle got me defense, didn't he? Yeah, I think I'm gonna want to hold on to the turtle. Okay, here we go. Yay! That's some delightfully good times. Alrighty, and now we can finish off Arena off of our list. No. Okay. So, next, we could go there. Let's do that. Let's see if anything has changed in here that we can figure out. Nope, still a grumpy face, and every other door has no indication of anything. Okay. I did find there is indeed a Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass wiki. I'm not looking anything up on it as of the moment, but just we have that option now. Now that I know it's here. We also have this place. Rainbow Park? Okay. It just, as we were starting to fly by, I'm like, oh, that's not the same place as the entire continent. For some reason, I had it in my head at the start that the area with the clouds was Rainbow Park is in Sweet Italy. Do we remember that? I had it in my head at the very start that not this or this down here, that this whole area was that area in the clouds. And it just never left my head, I guess. It didn't dawn on me to be like, oh, right. So we're going to actually go gotta land down here. We're gonna check this because it's a quick check. I don't know if we have all the numbered people. I don't recall if we actually found all of them. I think we only found 2. So, let's find out. Temple of the Inward-Looking Eye. 8's teachings are long overdue, but 1, 4, and 7 left Sacred Lantern. We can't begin without them. Okay, so 1, 4, and 7. That's 6. So we got 7 back here. 4. If you're looking for that square, he's an anthropologist. He's probably studying some weird society no one cares about. Okay, it sounds like he's probably in the pyramid. You're Master Andrew's progeny, yes? We only had... Okay, you're normal. 1, 4, and 7. 7's right there. We found 1. 1's right here now. 7 is probably goofing off somewhere. Yeah, it's right here. Herker. Well. That's fine. I have the pyramid area already on my list for things we need to complete. We also have this place to do. I think what I wanted to do first, so this also is a place we could visit, so I have that down. I think what I wanted to do is the thing up here that we can probably do pretty easily by this point. We have that fight with the Legato Knights that we were able to potentially do at some point. So let's do it now. It's gonna still probably be difficult, but we're gonna try. Yeah, Jimmy, so good to see you, good old sport. Ah, thanks to you, all the Legato Knights are reassembled. Legato's never been safer. By the way, you want to do a spot of training? Spar with us. Excellent. We might be a bit rusty, but we're still Legato Knights. I've lost a lot of it, you know, blah, 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 blah. We've read all of this before. Hi, y'all. Just in case, I guess. Ref house. Focus. Molecular beam. Ref house. Okay, harsh. That one guy still fast thinking. Noted. Trails his mustache. Ours doesn't really make much difference. Alrighty, show a comforting smile. Start super slapping. I want to get rid of that main guy first, I feel like. So I'm going to beam. Set up rejuvenate. Crouching low, are you? Oh no. Okay, Jimmy, high five for father. Mother, comforting smile. Molecular beam. Counterattack stance. As death to mother. Note himself, kill the guy on the left. There goes the main guy. Okay, there goes Mom again. There. That's fair, all the hits there. Okay. Comforting smile, comforting smile. We've run out of that, so how about we do a thermal bomb, start hitting everyone. Rejuvenate. Or startle. That is not worth much. Ow. And there goes Dead Dad. turtle, sure. Come on. Battle train muscle things are not gonna be good. Super slap. Get up, father. Okay, that guy's gone. Of course you decided, hey, let's hit Andrew, because why always hit Andrew? Why not hit Andrew? We're gonna stubbornly keep trying to get him to stand up, though. Okay, full train should be destroyed this time. Okay. We should be okay now, because outside of that fucker with his big old strong hits, everyone's pretty much taken care of him. We can focus again too, that'll help as well. Okay, you're all that's left, person, whoever you are. Claire. Or clarinet. Okay, that was a little dicey, but we did it. Jimmy beat up a bunch of adults. Well, Jimmy. You have definitely shown us our limitations, old chap. In honor of your victory, here's a little present from me. It's a knight's emblem. With that, you can show everyone that you're an honorary Legato knight. What fun! Your friends will be envious, no doubt. Maybe what's it do? Outfits. Trinkets. Alright, we got these two. Ooh. But I don't know what magical heartbeat is, so it probably means we can't equip this. We got a violent video game. It's presumably, considering it makes magnificent combo, do a shit ton of damage. You can punch a turtle in this. My guess is this is a buck or what do you call them? Punch Tanaka only item. Because no one else has magnificent combo, nobody else has the ability to gain magnificent combo. And it's one of those things that just makes me wonder, like if we're going to gain more things or prove you're a real Legato Knight in Picas halved and a big old boosty to every stat. Okay, well, question. Not usable by Jimmy. I mean, we don't want to drop either, Damien. I guess we're gonna give it to Jimmy because whatever. Delightful. He doesn't have any abilities that are like super duper expensive. That's still nice to have, only a 7 cost comforting smile, 5 cost high 5. Everything else being cheaper and stuff too. Delightful. You're truly strong, lad. I've lived a good long while. My sword's strong is almost over. May yours last forever. You want to spar again? No, sorry to me, who losses nothing will be soon like me. Even with the legato knights, you'll train harder from now on, though. I've gotten too soft. I need to sharpen my spear in battle. Come to gloat. Don't bother. My heart wasn't in it. How could I, Lagrange, harm a child? A dishonorable notion. What a dishonorable notion. Ever since I was a kid, I felt like I was made for people to beat on me. What a life. Okay, well, the important thing is we have completed the Legato Knight Challenge. That's another piece knocked off the list already. Which also means we have to actually decide on what to do next. Aside from go and, buy my fire alarms again. Which requires us to go this way. The only place in... Let's go to that forest next. Yeah, the only place to buy the stronger equipment. My place Choco Cola. Yum yum, hope it's tasty. There we go. Alright, we are restocked up. Let's go to the forest. Okay, can't light the fire. On the bright side, that means we didn't start the fire. Yes, you're a creepy area. Oh. Okay. Don't need to see bodies floating in the river. Hi, zombie information guy. Information guy's filled with useless information. Who knows what he'll tell you? I want to know useless information. Slap. Oh, we forgot to. Okay, we're gonna have to leave and come back because we forgot to do that. I don't want to be sitting here failing to have what brains. All right, bye. Poor dear. You can just go ahead and use this to leave real quick. Good, yeah, we forgot to use a fountain. That's the words I'm trying to get out. I forgot to use a fountain. Boom boom ba dum ba dum boom boom ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum bum bum bum. Okay, back to creepy zombie information guy forest. Yep, floating down the river. Yeah, we already took care of that one. That's another river. Hi! Do you also want brains? You give brain. Yeah, you're undead. The graveyard of information guy. Hi. brain. Did you know brains are brains? Level up. Would you like me to eat brains? Would you like me to eat brains? I do have to say, I appreciate. Oh. That's a bit of zombie information, guys. And a dungeon. I was going to say, I do have to appreciate that they made a little bonus dungeon side quest situation right here regarding this instead of just being the joke of, ha ha ha, kill every information guy. But welcome to the mausoleum. Good adventurers go left. Oh no! An information guy. What brains? Good for you. Hi! What brains? Level up. Oh no. Hi. 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 Alrighty, so it's a totem. And we got these information guys here, and yeah. So how about we become a flower? Attack. Rough house. Focus. Molecular D. Information guy muttered some useless fact. Okay, well. Oh no, the dead. Ooh, so many dead. There's more dead. Okay, I think what we need to be doing is pivot that up again. Can't drop out skip. Polarizing white. And rough house. There's of course that out now. That's cute. I'll just destroy them all. Of course, they got destroyed anyway because we defeated the totem. Andrew's now level 63. Lars is level 63. We have cleansed this location. The information guys have been put to rest. Oh no, I'm very much over leveled. Hey, it's an encyclopedia set. And the scare tactic. And a witch's heart. Cool. So, encyclopedia set's pretty obvious. That's a weapon for you. Oh. Tamarack. Let's see. QRS. Man, these are heavy. So this is I guess if we want Andrew to suddenly be more of a physical attacker, we can give him the encyclopedia set because that is not as good for magic attack. But I have a feeling, does it increase magic at all? Does I have a little bit of a burp? Yeah, it does not. It's just a 300% attack. So if I wanted him to suddenly go physical, sure, but like everything he does is magic. So, oh well. And what does scare tactic do? You can't use it. Scare tactic. Teaches scare tactic. It's for punch only. A group startle. So that's cool. Except it's punch only, and we don't have punch. And then we got a witch's heart. A black, still beating heart. So even more magical attack power, but it lowers MP region. So the best option would technically be to give that to Andrew and be like, ha 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 ha. Except I feel pretty happy with what he has right now. Instead of giving him even more attack power, we're just going to go ahead and set up like that. So I'm glad we did the place. We finally successfully determined what that forest was. Oh no. It's a town now. Oh god, Timothy. Welcome to Information Village. It's me, Information Guy. Of course, there are lots of Information Guys, and I'm just one of them. You see, Information Guys aren't people at all. We're actually a species of short-tailed monkeys. We've evolved to memorize a passage. We've evolved to each memorize a passage of human language. Why? So we can distract people and steal their bananas. Would you like me to repeat that? No, I don't have any bananas. I found 4. I don't understand how these Information Guys have formed a society. Maybe they were just around people long enough that they mimic us. Well, no matter how you look at it, this is the most annoying place on Earth. The Information Guys just won't stop repeating the same stuff over and over. I'm happy my journeys have taken me to all sorts of places, but I kinda wish I would have skipped this one. I still sent my mom a postcard, not that she ever writes back. I wonder how everyone is doing back in Smile. You know I'm gonna shake you. Jimmy, I know you like to push me around, but you better watch out. Maybe one day I'll get a growth spurt. That's right. I've shaken you in every location. You'll become a super secret boss. Just suddenly huge and terrifying. I'm gonna shake you too. Information Guy starts barking at you. Okay then. Information guys have answered one question, but only raised further questions. True. You're a very old one. I'm the oldest living information guy. I am 23 years young. Cough. You might think this makes me the elder in the village, but I'm just like everyone else. You see, information guys sure do talk a lot, but they never listen to anyone. Even me. Cough. Of course, even if they did listen, it's not like they can understand me. We do just sort of repeat things. Why, the words I'm saying now are complete nonsense to me, and I've been saying them for years. Potentially, yeah. Life is funny like that. Although he has said in the past before, he has commented on the fact that, he has written home, and no one ever gets back into contact with him anyway. Which makes sense, because if you're kind of, continually roaming, like, it's real easy to send a postcard to someone, who's in a stationary location. Kind of hard when, it's to a person who is constantly moving. Something else that makes no sense to me. Did you know that there are secret furniture sets? Try to pair up similar things. For instance, maybe if you had a bunch of lamps, your room would brighten up. I bet you want to know all about the other secret sets too. Well, I don't know anything about them. If I had to guess, I'd say there are probably 10 of them. Would you like me to repeat that? No. Okay, so I didn't consider that possibility, that there are secret sets that we don't even have, that we might have, and we just don't know they existed, because god damn it. Information guy looks momentarily confused, then picks a bug out of his beard and eats it. This is where we use forgotten videotapes to learn piecemeal English. Sometimes the facts we learn are useful, but most of the time they're not. Oh, here's something. Do you have advanced calculus? It's a weapon for Andrew with mysterious properties. Well, consider those properties mysterious no longer. First, you have to subtract Andrew's current HP from his max HP. The final digit of the solution affects a hidden modifier for Andrew's physical attacks. Basically, the higher the final digit, the more damage you'll do. Of course, there also happens to end in a 7. Well, lucky numbers make good things happen. Would you like me to repeat that? No, because I don't actually have advanced calculus. Information guy looks kinda mad, then he turns around and sniffs his own butt. He seems content now. Okay then. God damn it. This is the town dump. We store our garbage here so we don't stink up the forest. I don't mind living here because I don't have a nose. Would you like me to repeat that? No, just eat shit. Information guy scratches his head and eyes some nearby trash. His stomach is growling. Information guy is too busy eating a banana to acknowledge you. This does explain vaguely that one that we met before that was also just eating a banana. He just keeps eating his banana. Can I get you something, Jimmy? Yeah, sure. So, the new model loads rocks by itself. Yeah, it's weak. It's terrible. A giant bag filled with lots of heavy things. For Helga only. Nope, too bad. A priceless comic wrapped in mylar and encased in thick plastic for Lars only. That is actually new for him. So we can do that, sure. I need to find out how much magic power Andrew is getting before I buy that. And heavy overalls. Wearing these makes you feel rugged. You can wash these with a garden hose. And this is apparently better for Helga, right? But she has that plus 10 attack power. Otherwise, we might as well just give her the doctor suit again. Okay, my journey is taking me to many strange places. This is probably the strangest. Nobody wants to buy my merchandise. Maybe I should start selling bananas. Okay, Andrew, how much do these vampire fangs give you, magic-wise? 40. Got it. 50 is better, so we'll purchase the leather-bound journal. Andrew, have a leather-bound journal. Lars, you're gonna be slowed down if I do this, but I'm gonna speed you up super fast again. Well, you know, this makes you stronger and you're slow anyway, so whatever. It's fine. The specter of death follows me wherever I go. I am haunted by the memories of death's icy touch on my shoulder. I know one day I will fall into an abyss so deep I will not be able to claw my way out. Would you like me to repeat that? No. Information guy winces in pain. Hello, 4. We found you. The information guys are a fascinating bunch, don't you think? Despite their limited intelligence, they have formed a type of pseudo-culture through mimicry and random chance. They are quite protective of their bananas, though. Sometimes it was a struggle to get sustenance. Anyway, now that it's safe outside, I suppose I'll return to Sacred Lantern and share my findings. We have gotten all 3 of them now, so we need to head back to that place. Oh god, a baby information guy. Would you like me to repeat that? No. My precious baby has learned his first words. I have never been prouder as a mother. Well, of course, I don't have the capacity to feel pride or any other human emotion, at least not self-consciously. Also, my son is just one out of a litter of about a dozen. He's just the only one who is still alive. Information guys sure do die a lot, so we need to have lots of babies to compensate. Would you like me to repeat that? No, I'm just going to shake you. Information guy growls at you, fills her cheeks with air, and then stands up tall in order to look bigger than she actually is. Shake your baby, too. Information guy tumps over and rolls around on the ground for a bit. You okay? My job is to travel around the world and find all the bodies of the deceased information guys. Did you notice the information guys' bodies disappear after a while? They are at that, and hello. Well, that's all me. I'm quite good at my job. Honestly, it's been harder lately, what with information guys not staying buried for long. Maybe that's my fault for finding that creepy totem. You know, the one with the eyes that stare directly into your soul. Well, I don't really have the cognitive ability to determine what's safe from unsafe, so you can't blame me. I'm just an information guy after all. Would you like me to repeat that? No. Die. Information guy looks a little defeated. Well, I'm gonna... Okay, so your forest is still creepy. Pretty sure we picked up everything. Alrighty, so that is... I've already marked that off. That's information guy, forest apparently. No. Alrighty, we're just gonna... I don't really need to do it here, but we're here to use the fountain. Slurp. And now we are heading back to the number place. Sacred Lantern or whatever. The one down here. Ba-la-doo, da-da-da. Can I now cross this? I can give. It's air spirals! Yay, another song that's okay. Let's learn the teachings of the numbers. This is the Temple of the Inward-Looking Eye, where the Temple of Sight is a bastion of enlightenment. The Temple of the Inward-Looking Eye is a solemn place of reflection. Yeah, okay. This really is a bore. In situations like these, I like to sit near the back and draw pictures when nobody is looking. All the knowledge of the world is having access to such a thing inherently immoral. What would happen if an immoral person used lethal knowledge? In an era where one book read by one person could be the first domino in a chain that ends the destruction of the world, would it be moral to restrict access to some knowledge? Who should have that authority? That's a mirror. Interesting history with this temple. Our ancient ancestors built it on what they believed to be an intersection of dimensions. The temple is supposed to exist both in this dimension and in a secret hidden dimension. Now, this is, of course, all your typical ancient civilization sky worship and karmic energy mumbo-jumbo, but it's fascinating to study. Wisdom is earned one moment at a time. I am old, but there are times when a child is wiser than me. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a way of things. As we learn, even every thought casts a shadow. What is, what will be, inactions lead to thought. Thought leads to action. Actions form the world. Which thoughts do we act on, and which do we let flounder in that sea of shadow? I don't know, but I'm gonna use your mirror. Well, that goes deeper. Ain't nothing down here. Uh-huh. That seems potentially concerning. Up, down I go. Don't like this. Sure, what can we find in here? Ah! You guys. The last piece of the scaly set. Hey, we got it right away. That's cute, trying to frenzy. Gonna bully you a little bit. Yeah, it didn't work, we'll slap you. So that is the entirety of the scaly set, which is good, because I was wondering. What else is here? Ah! More fish. We have fish bones. Retrieved from the Merc's third stomach. Alrighty, well, I'm going to imagine that I'm a bear then. And just growl at everyone. Rough house. Thermobomb. Rough house. And Piranha Storm bites 3 times. There's 3 of them in the swarm. Bear level. It's just them. Rawr. I guess I don't need to roar at all because my weapon already does 100% damage. You concern me, mister. There are 4 treasures in this place. Energy wave. Ow. 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 Yeah, it's a little bit creepy. Hey, Jimmy, give people high fives. High five, high five, high five, high five. Don't like that either. Can I use... I can. Will it do anything? Probably not. Okay. We don't go right, we go left. Sure, what are we fighting now? More of this? Okay. Where? Forward and in. No, we'll head on collision. It's yeah, head on collision. Rough house. Rough house. All this is letting me do is watch these followers follow something. Okay. I was just seeing if I could maybe push my way through the Greek, even though I assumed not. Ah, this one opened up now. Dip. There you go, the same spot. Nah. Uh-huh. Can I take this? Okay, I guess the point of that is just to show me that secret door is there. Oh, the mermaids are gone. Or drowned women, whatever they were. So I guess we're basically just like in a Cthulhu-esque temple right now. Is what this hall is. Being all fishy and temple-y. That wall's breathing. Hello, breathing wall, or pushing, ripping wall. Can I set you on fire? No, you're just there to be weird. Just there to be weird, okay. It's the demon wall from Final Fantasy IV. Could be, yeah. These ones are throbbing. The other one's just kind of pulsating. I'm disappointed because I thought I just didn't. Okay, I thought there was a fork in the road at some point, and I went left because I try to usually go left to start with. I guess I just assumed this wall here was the edge of the screen. Okay. Okay. Gross. And we already looked at your pulsating and throbbing walls. So, down here. Hi! Beware. There are secrets in the mud. Secrets buried deep. The ritual must not be complete. Beware! Only death waits you there. Soon you'll be with us. Waiting. Always waiting. I'm gonna guess that you were, perhaps those floaters I got for you. No. Hi. Oh, you're just leaking a little bit. Oh my gosh, I found the door. Oh no, mud. An information guy. But also a fight. Smack. Smack. Wow, Jimmy. What the heck are you doing all the way down here? It's super spooky, like, all the time. I know, because I live here. I know. I should move, but the rent is dirt cheap. Now might be a good time to tell you that you can save at any time in the menu. Actually, now that I think about it, I probably should have told you that a long time ago. Oh well. Fucking monkey. Look, it's Kraid. Hi, you are large.
Interloper! The stench of your dimension is unmistakable. Did you hope to stop the ritual? Did you hope to slow our ascension? No. Our time is now. The doomsday clock is ticking nearer to 13 o'clock. Soon it will be the end of our worlds, and you'll have to find personas and things. Even yours, interloper. Try to stop us if you must, or raise your hands in a hymn to a forgotten god. It doesn't matter. Now what happens? I will never give up the fight. Like the fate of all things, your fate was written in the book of the damned. Whisper your final pleas to your dead god. The end of everything begins now.
I mean, or I can just fight you. Oh no! Spooky clock! Every second counts. Take what you can. Noted. Can't take anything new, but certainly can take some time. But also, you know, I can be a bear. And say, fuck you. Fuck you. Focus! Fuck you. And now you're taking towards the end of existence. Sounds like I should maybe steal a little bit of that time. Don't show me yourself. No, don't accelerate the doomsday clock, you bitch. Okay, I was thinking that maybe that if I hit the clock, time would not advance. I was wrong. Don't accelerate it, you bitch. Now you're dead. Dude. Hey, level up. The temple has been cleansed. All will be cleansed in the light. Hey, fish tank. Hey, some bloody knuckles. Hey, soul sparks. Hey, hyper barrier. Alrighty, sure we get a hyper barrier. Creates a barrier in space-time that protects from most things except anything except mosquitoes. And also bonus defense. Bloody knuckles for buck only. The blood on these brass knuckles won't scrape off. Normal attacks increase as life decreases. Buck only. Right about now, it's time to rock with the Bickety Burke. I've already forgotten the other things I got. One was a fish tank. Was one a accessory, a trinket, or a not a trinket. Was it a manual? Ah, soul sparks. There it is. Teaches soul sparks. Fully revives allies once per battle. Cool. You know, none of us would know you're up to no good and need to be stopped. You hadn't missed anything. Also true. Anyway, now we can return to a safe place, for we have cleansed the temple. I don't think I used any items, but let's double verify. We'll also need to use a fountain anyway. Yeah, we did not have to use any items. So we just need a fountain. Alrighty, which means we can now mark that off the list. Number area cleared. You know what I think we're going to do next? An area none of us remembered. This one. Because I had forgotten that, like, oh yeah, there's this little area we can't get across, kind of like in Everchip with that Kung Fu Tower. But this is an abandoned Cineplex. So that's pretty cool, right? Got 4 treasures. Snack attack. And pickles in jars. Hell yeah. And an arcade. Nothing in the arcade, though. Bathrooms are barred. Okay. Ah, this is where these guys are. Okay. So yeah, I got a more powerful Robo-chan Deluxe, a corporate guardian who's creepy, and a super guest man. He's who I got the beefcake from. Actually, I should do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. You didn't get out of here. Just die then. Jimmy leveled up. Road 2? Cool. Oh, I don't want to go that way. I want to go to the left first. Hello, you all again. Rampage. Sit aside. Black Spiral. Level up for Helga, yeah. So this just leads to an upstairs area, but ooh, Dog Cop! I want to see Dog Cop. Another snack area. Day of the Fire. Road 2. More bathrooms. Velvet. Another stairs up. Okay, well, what's in here then? It's a theater. Toys! Mine. Filled with love. Also, fly eggs in my brain. Probably this song. No. No. Where the fuck am I? No. Oh, okay. Okay, now I understand where I am. The other one of those. Okay, got it. I understand now. Toy box is filled with confidence. Double things. We got a drafting table. Cool. No. I mean, I know I probably should, but I don't want to. So I think that was everything up there. And then we checked this one, and that had nothing. And I got confused and lost. So we want to keep going this way for a bit. We'll fight the next one. Smack. Smack. Ah. Okay, we already got those toys, and then we have just the stairs up at that point. So I think we're done on this side. Okay, yeah, because we picked up 2 boxes of things. So we 2 more boxes to find. Go away. Ooh. In here we go. Hey, it's Buck and Jimmy. Next on Friday Night Frights, Darby Malone's 1987 blood and guts masterpiece, The Skin Thieves. You sure you want to watch this? This must be pretty scary. Whatever. I'm telling you, Gloria, they're not people. Well, not anymore. You're just being silly, Daniel. If they're not people, then what else would they be? Spiders, Gloria! Giant spiders! And they're living inside their skin! Spiders, huh? Whatever you're on, Daniel, I want some. Don't you have anything better to do than talking about some lame conspiracy theory? I don't know. What do you have in mind? Well, I can think of a few things. Oh, Gloria, you were right. Spiders pretending to be people? What was I thinking? Gloria? What are you? Chica. Oh! They got to me too, you know. A monster ate me. Sucked out my insides. Now it's wearing my skin. What? That was a fun movie. Oh, that hurts my face. Can we go in this door? Of course not. Can we turn off the light? Oh, we can get into a fight. I'm trying to do that. Hey! Things to buy. Yeah, I don't like it either. It's not a good time. Oh, my hand got stuck. Alright, well, let's slap it. Can't turn off the light. Okay, sorry. It's still there. Okay, it's off the screen now. There's another one, I'm sorry. Smaller at least. Ah, damn it. What? Ah, no. Stop it. Sorry, I just needed to make sure that... Oh, spiders. Under the skin, perhaps. Ugh. I'd like to get out of this place, please. Okay. I made it out of the spider land. That didn't really have spiders in it because we didn't fight any of the fights. Haha, but now we're on this side. We can get concessions if we wanted. Okay, sure, what are we fighting? Really? These two? Fine. Rampage. Slap. Look at that, we're done. A new movie? Hey, it's another buck. You just gonna stare at me all day? Whatever. Really, Jimmy? You can't even lift the bar? Trying to get tough, huh? Good. What's the problem? Just the bar. Better be able to lift it by yourself. I'm not going to help you. I can wait all day. How'd you get so weak? Also, how'd you get the bar down if you can't even, like, get it back up? Or, like, not even a matter of up, like, just even off of you. I'm not always going to be around to help you out, you know. You got to get stronger. Buck, have you seen Jimmy? I feel like what that is trying to indicate to us is... Oh god, more of them in Buck's own way. And he does care about Jimmy and he wants to help. He's just a teenager, frankly. Smack. Slap. Pulses of darkness. That was my entity. Dude. Sorry about the things. This is just the way back out already? It's the way back out already. So what if there's a treasure? No treasure. Ugh. Treasure! Filled with confidence. Ooh, there's also luxurious perfume, like Buck wears all the time. It smells all girly, makes your nostrils burn, but you get plus 5 HP regen. Cool. Alright, let's get out of here. Back to the land where there's not that weird static effect. Alright, time for the next memory. I mean movie. A Memory of a Light. Cool. Welcome to the end of time. Damn. You gotta get stronger, man. You just got to. It's also immediately making me wonder, when you consider this is what Jimmy's hair normally looks like. It makes me wonder if, like, okay, did you kind of just go lazy on the sprite with a hat on? Or was he bald at that moment? You know, with the whole cancer talk and everything. Boo. Come closer. Boo. Come closer. Boo. Dog cop. Another orb. Yeah. Jimmy feels a volatile, overwhelming energy burning from the orb. Would you like to touch it? Of course. Oh. Yeah, that is really unfortunate. Jimmy hears footsteps pacing in the room. They're getting louder and faster. Louder and faster. Crash! The sound of a chair thrown across the room. There's a thud from the wall. You can't do that, a woman says. I can call security. Buck grunts. I don't care. Jimmy hears footsteps into the room. You really did a number on that wall. We're probably gonna have to call someone to patch it up. Not my problem. Your hand's bleeding pretty badly. Let me dress that for you. I promise we won't bill you for it. It's fine. Well, at least wash it off. And keep it down, we're getting complaints. Whatever. The woman's footsteps echo through the door and down the hallway. Jimmy feels Buck sit next to him on the bed. You gotta get stronger, Jimmy. He feels his hair being brushed to the side of his forehead. Why can't you just get stronger? Bleh. There's a movie about Jimmy and Buck playing. Would you like to change it? There's a movie about a desert island plane. Would you like to change it? No. We're back here now again. Where is that projector leading to? Like which room? Also, what other things can I change it to, I guess? Okay, just the desert island. So I guess we just have to go find the desert island thing. Even Bucky's still young enough to think that he thinks strength can overcome anything. Seems like it, yep. I mean, I've had no doubts that Buck himself is, you know, Jimmy's about 8. Buck is probably, you know, a teenager. I would be shocked if the game were trying to indicate anything older than that. Just the items still. Of course, it also, in fairness, puts into context as well, just... Oh... You know, it's not necessarily purely physical strength that he's talking about, you know, because one can claim you need to get stronger because, you know, you're weakened by illness. And that sort of thing. Yes, we're still in Spiderland. I don't know why I'm going the long way this way. I guess I could have just went back up the backwards in the projector room. Desert Island. Light bulb. There's also still a treasure somewhere in here. That's still the workout situation. Actually, it's a light bulb which I have listed right here. Megatropolis. Oh, that might not actually have been listed over yet. I guess we'll check that in a second. Okay, nothing there. Nothing there. Yes, another black back room. It's possible that it's like a hidden wall situation somewhere in here, but that would be a pain in the tuchus. Where that was. So can we warp through these? Pretty sure we checked before with a different door, and the answer was indeed no. Well, I'm not entirely certain what's going on with the one treasure, but whatever. Okay, well that's the, generally speaking, the abandoned Cineplex done. And I'm now going to go check on a thing I was uncertain of. That's a place we still need to go. Hey. So if I want to go to Megatropolis... Okay. Because words. Because the thing that made me curious of sorts with that is I've written down all the things. I don't know which ones we've actually said we've gotten or not. But I can't. When I was doing all my grinding earlier, I also wrote down all of the potential things here, like all the location names, and it amounted to about 18. We know there's at least 25 of them. So I'm like, that's either an indication that the game is indeed going to go longer than what seems to be the final dungeon right now, or something. Or what that just indicated to us now, because like, well, there's, unless one of these is technically considered the abandoned Cineplex light bulb. We already got the Tetsuya Kawaii one. That was the one that required all of the shadow guys. But basically, he doesn't necessarily show all the light bulb options. Anyway, yep, and he also, it was nice that he also says when we have gotten that light bulb. Okay, so we've gotten the giant garden one. There's also a situation that's like, well, I guess I can just sit here and find what light bulb we've gotten by doing this. Okay, so we have not gotten the Wilted Lands yet. $2,000? Sure, it's probably going to go up by 1,000 every single time because you're terrible. 5 battles. Considering he basically gives us a hefty hint on how to get the thing. But that's fine. You know, let's go use a fountain. Is Timothy home? Where's your mother? Oh, Jimmy, I don't know what to do. Well, it hasn't been the same after Cordelia died. I mean, none of us have been, but I think her tiny little heart finally couldn't take it anymore. Lately, she hasn't gotten out of bed in days. I don't remember the last time she's eaten. I'm afraid she might not have long left. I wish there was a way I could tell Timothy, but who knows where he is at now. Fuck. Jimmy, Mom's trying to rest right now. Would you mind not disturbing her? Fine. Let's find out. No, she's not here. Hi. You know your brother's living in the gutter? What's that? My brother's living on the streets now? Oh dear, I was always afraid this sort of thing would happen. He could never hold a steady job. Not marvelous enough, he'd say. Well, that's silly. The secret to being a successful adult is reasonableness. Everyone knows that. I know he'll never listen, but it's about time I have a talk with my brother. First things first, though, we need to get him off the street. Do you mind taking me to him? Okay, well, that's a thing we can do as well. And Miss Mull is not in here, correct? Yeah, she left to go to the other place. I do indeed have a few families to reunite. Okay, they're both in vaguely the same area, at least. We're gonna start with Timothy, unless Timothy moved. But you know, he was in here the last time. There he is. Hi, your mom's dying. What's that? My mom's sick? Oh. Jimmy, I know I said I was going on a big adventure and that I was leaving Smile behind me. I've been to a lot of interesting places and I would love to see more, but all I want to do right now is go back home and see my mom. Does that make me weak? Does that mean I'm not cut out to be a real adventurer like you? Timothy, consider the fact that I've had my mom with me most of my adventure. Exactly, you can have adventures and then still return home. I mean, frankly, that's the better way to have adventures. I don't have time to think about this. Could you take me back to Smile? I need to make sure she's okay. Okay, but we gotta pit stop first. Alright, Frogman, we got your frog brother here. Where are you, bastard? There you are. Thanks for visiting again, Jimmy, but you could do much more marvelous things than, like, taking a nap and mowing the lawn. Don't worry about a worthless frog like me. Now hold on. That kind of talk doesn't sound anything like the brother I know. Henry, shouldn't you be on a marvelous adventure? There's nothing marvelous about adventuring. It was just a job I had. That's your problem. You care too much about standing out. The important thing is working hard at what you do. One day, maybe you can settle down with a nice family and a steady paycheck. That's a life well lived. Family, huh? You've given me a lot to think about, brother. You're right. Family is important. I need to stop being so down on myself and go on a marvelous adventure with you. That's what wasn't what I was getting at. I mean, I'm glad your spirits are picking up, but I'm not even really an adventurer anymore. Oh, how modest. That's Henry for you. I'm sorry you had to see me like that, Jimmy, but I guess everyone gets down in the dumps sometimes. Oh, even someone as marvelous as me. Come on, Henry, a life of adventure awaits us. Who knows where we'll end up next? Family. What a marvelous thing. Well, you know how he is. I don't think I can stop this even if I tried. I'll look after him for a while, at least until he gets back on his feet. Okay, but where are you guys going? So I can continue your side quest. Okay. Back to Smile, then. Finally. Why do you have a picture of information? Oh, that's all of Timothy's adventure postcards, aren't they? Idiot. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be out in the world. It's what you wanted. Mom, I should have come sooner. I had no idea it was this bad. And Cordelia... If I would have known, I would have come home immediately. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You needed to get out. You're like your father. I'm nothing like him, Mom. It doesn't matter what I want to do. I could never leave like he did. Oh, don't blame him. He just couldn't see us the same without her. I can't blame him for running away. No! It's not right. I hate him. Oh, no, because the Cordelia thing would be, he didn't know about Cordelia because, we were specifically told, if you see Timothy, do not tell him. So the referenced event was already after it was said and done. Oh, you shouldn't, but maybe I do too. If he were here, right now, I'd... Mom, calm down. You need to take things easy. Sonny, you care about things so much. More people should be like you. I should have been like you. Now you need to take care of this place for me. Mom, you're You're not... Beatrice, lean in closer. What is it, ma'am? Watch over your sister for me. I know I can depend on you. I promise, Mom. Cordelia, Bethany, it's so good to see your faces again. You are too frail for this world. I just couldn't admit I was too. Well, fuck. So that's his side quest. I will systematically be killing all the mice. I mean, not directly, but just the involvement of a player character in a video game. Hey, Jimmy. Thanks for being such a good friend through all of this. I think my adventure is done for now. I had fun, but I don't want to just float around like my dad. Sarah Enigma all over again. Yeah, technically speaking, yeah. I want to be a good person to the people I care about. Right now, that's my sisters. I hope you find what you're looking for on your journey, Jimmy. If I would have been a bit less stubborn, I would have found what I was looking for right here and smile. Anyway, here's a little souvenir I picked up on my adventure. I hope it reminds you of the good times we had. It's a silver Jimmy. I already have a gold Jimmy. Thanks for trying to cheer me up, Jimmy, but sometimes a man has to be serious, even if he's a tiny little mouse like me. It's hard sometimes, being an adult. You have to put on a face and get to work, even if you want to spend all day crying. There could be a secret Jimmy set, yeah. I'm going to try my best is all. She'd want that. I can, wander around in your room all I want now. This is my room. I have a feeling the Silver Jimmy also probably does the same thing as the Gold Jimmy, but for monster sets, perhaps. Beaver's Tea. Don't forget the place. Yep, there it is. Mrs. Mouse grave. The grave is old and weathered, which means this is Bethany. And then Cordelia. Let's go talk to Mr. Mouse. Baloo, baloo. You say that now, but they can always make room. Still not quite know what's up with that potentially ghost girl. Hey, your old wife is dead. You must be Timothy's friend. I don't talk to him as his sisters much anymore. It's hard for him to accept what Janet and I have. That's okay. I'm happy here now. God damn it, your former wife is dead. You might think I'm some tiny little mouse, but I'm stronger than that. You've got no idea what I've been through. Get your hands off me. Okay, so you don't actually care whatsoever. It was the end of the side quest I didn't know existed. So to the clubhouse, we do have a handful of things new. Okay, so we have a Silver Jimmy. Yep, works to complete any monster set. A second place Jimmy is still a good one. So yeah, now we can find out what other monster sets that we have one piece missing from. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can do the Scaly set now. We got all that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Can't do the creepy set because we don't have We're gonna have 4 of those. We have that's a full set, that's a full set, that's a full set. So the only one that we can do that with is that the Silver Jimmy is worthwhile for is the creepy set, but we still need one more thing for that. Look, a bucket of blood. Anyway, so we're on to see what the scaly set looks like. But yeah, Jimmy is being... that's a fun share. Timmy is certainly being too hard on himself when he's comparing himself to his dad, because it is a very different situation there, because I feel like his dad is probably... I mean, it sounds to an extent like it's a divorce that happened, but it was not a mutually desired divorce in the sense of, one person just left, basically. And who knows if it's quote-unquote official, but, there might be the bureaucracy of, capitalism, of banking here, but nothing says that, you got the whole marriage certificates and things and all that stuff, but regardless, his dad's kind of a douche. It's the ultimate takeaway. Okay, so what does the Scaly set do? 15% chance to evade all attacks. That is pretty nice. I might actually put that in instead of, yeah. So I guess we leave those instead of the floral set. So have them all there, and then we just gotta come up here and, get our mystical set back up. Stonehenge. Holy Grail. I don't know that one's set up. And technically we're all set up for the Jimmy statue, the gold Jimmy statue to work, but we have the entire thing, so why not do the entire thing? Now we got this scaly set, and we have this set that's interesting in it, which will be our pet turtle. But we can have another thing too, because currently the gold Jimmy statue is doing nothing for us. So, let's have some dice. So, yep, scaly set, 15% chance to evade all attacks, and 20%. It's the fact that it's all attacks that makes me feel like, I'm like, you know what, yes, I think I will set that one up when the 25% to counter physical attacks is like, I mean, it's nice as well, but that one was physical attacks rather than all attacks. Here's the thing with that one. Okay, so what next? Do a Kung Fu Tower. Can't do anything there, really. We're basically done here, except for light bulbs and stuff. We could go do 5 quick and easy battles, or we can do 5 battles. Yeah, that's Jonathan Land, why not? We're here now. Let's regret everything. Welcome to Jonathan Land. So this is a hedgehog person. And we got, looks like Jonathan is in the far left. And we got the squirrel and raccoon this way. Ah, you. This here is the King of Fops. Same as the other one, except if we fail to steal the correct bone from him, instead of running away, we are not amused. He fires off a volley of cannon fire. And then the second round just runs away. But if we successfully... I have done it one time because I was running into them in the the Dark Dungeon while I was going deeper into that one. And turns out, when you successfully steal the bone from him, he does die. And then you get like 10,000 money. And this here is the Night Guardian. And a Bogworth. Isn't that fun? We found Skunkland. Well, we don't have to worry about the animatronics in the pizza parlor, at least. Hi. That's a bomb tree. Yep, give me a bomb. Do we use this to blow open any given door? Or is there going to be a spot further along that we'll find and be like, ah, yes, that's where we want it. Nope. It is apparently... Ooh, an apocalypse jacket. Okay. It's like, oh, nope, never mind. We can worry about animatronics now. A leather jacket adorned with bird skulls and what appear to be parts of a steering wheel. Defense, but attack as well. Hey, large. Don't necessarily want to give it to you. We could. Bonus defense by a little bit, and then bonus attack power, but you don't really care as much about you losing the magic defense, but I don't like you losing your immunodeficiency. But we could give it to Father, who could use more defense, but not the physical attack, really. And actually, no, there we go. Yeah, no, Mother, congratulations, Mother, you have an apocalypse jacket. Is that everything for Skunkland? I mean, unless we can blow open that, but why would we? I guess we can try just in case, because testing things, yay! Happily push the bomb along. I want a burger if we're gonna be able to blow up something here. Okay. I think it was just to have the pizza place. Sure, let's go this way and get to Raccoon Land. Okay. Ah! A super red ghost. They are annoying. They're like the red ghost, but worse. Or they grooved you a sick nasty beat or whatever it said. Groovy beat. And he evades everything! And then we get into it, which means that winning this fight means next to nothing. because we would get 10,000 experience, but we have ennui. Sorry, ennui. More proper. We have ennui. And that means we don't get any experience. Wait, were we tall enough? Well, with our hat we are. Yeah, we are technically not tall enough to ride this ride. Now we can. Oh good, teacups. Oh, treasure, toys. A guillotine! Cool! I'm gonna guess that's part of the creepy set. Yeah, don't turn at me. We have successfully bypassed the teacups. And got a guillotine. There's Skunkland. And a Jonathan fountain. Sure, fight me. Ah! You are known as a Jeff in a bag. Bear. We might be a little strong. Oh, Monkey Land. So where's the information guy? Pew. Well, that's a Jonathan tent. These are all mirrors. No thank you, Jonathan Shadow. Something emerges from the mirror. Okay. Well, if you're gonna fail at that, then... Something emerges from the mirror. Yep, grew into a sick beast. Hither only. Just say you gotta go, please. There you go, thank you. I'm pretty sure that's like the only 3 abilities he can do. He is cause ennui, grew to a sick beat, and leaves. please just leave. I would do it myself, but I can't. Thank you. Okay, curiosity, if I do it, show me right from there. Okay, yeah, so I'm just causing random encounters to happen by doing this. Noted. I can change into a thing. Don't know. Jimmy sees a writhing mass of black clouds, glinting fangs in the mirror. Writhing mass of black clouds and glinting fangs. Writhing mass of black clouds, glinting fangs. Writhing mass of black clouds, glinting fangs. Well, we saw Jonathan in this one, I think. I think it was this one. Okay. Maybe give yourself a high five. Yeah. Writhing mass. Jenny's clothes look a little loose. Light bulb. Writhing mass, writhing mass, writhing mass. Television. Once upon a time, there was a bear. He was a fuzzy, huggable little thing, filled with soft cotton stuffing. He looked just like the world-famous Jonathan Bear. He lived on a shelf in a department store surrounded by other bears that looked just like him. Every day, children would look at the shelves and take his friends. But they never picked him. More bears were added every week, and he was pushed to the back, nestled behind fresher, newer, better versions of himself. The new bears would talk when you hugged them. Their fur was a softer, finer fabric. They had real velvet pads on their feet. They called them beans. Tickle their noses and they would laugh. He had none of those things. His fur was coarse by comparison. His feet were some sad nylon blend. He couldn't laugh or talk no matter what you did. One day, something changed for that bear. There was a boy looking at him. The boy wasn't looking at the other bears at all. He was looking right at him. In the boy's eyes, the bear could see all the things that made him special. His fur might have been coarse, but it was a little bit longer, just like Jonathan's. The pads of his feet might not have been velvet, but they were the right shade of brown. He couldn't laugh when you tickled his nose, but everyone knew Jonathan was ticklish on his feet. He didn't talk when you hugged him, but he also didn't have a hard plastic battery compartment and speaker inside. A hug felt like a real hug from Jonathan himself. But the boy had a mother, and the mother had seen his price tag and shook her head. There were tears in the boy's eyes, and the bear wanted to cry too, but he wasn't made with tears. Later, the boy returned. The bear wanted to jump and dance, but he wasn't made with muscles. The boy looked up and down the aisle. He fidgeted. He chewed his lip. Then he snatched the bear and stuffed him in his shirt. The boy ran. He ran and ran and ran. He ran all the way out of the store and into his mother's car. The bear had never been happier. He played with the boy every day. They made a fort from bed sheets and couch cushions. They watched Jonathan Bear together every day. One time he defended a kingdom from a squad of plastic army men. Another time he got to fly off of a ceiling fan. Once he hugged the boy for an hour before the boy stopped crying. Every night the boy made room for him on his pillow. But things started changing. The boy played with the bear less and less. Sometimes the bear would just sit on the bed for days. Eventually, the boy started to leave him under the bed at night, next to the dust bunnies and forgotten toys. One day, the boy picked up the bear, and the bear looked into his eyes. He no longer saw love in the boy's eyes. He saw guilt and shame. The boy placed the bear into his closet, behind a pile of old clothes, back where he could never see him. And the bear sat there for months and months in that dark, sad, lonely place.
Oh dear, we really did a number on him, didn't we? Maybe you weren't a bad bear after all.
No, he was.
Maybe you were a good bear that did some very bad things. Jimmy, what you did was wrong. If you just would have waited for Christmas, I would have bought him for you, and you never would have felt bad about owning him. But now, well, I'm just glad you're sorry for what you did. I love you, sweetie. After everything that's happened, if a stuffed bear would make you happy, I would buy as many as you wanted. I would fill your room with them if I could. I'm sorry. That kind of talk is silly now. Just keep doing your best, honey. I'll be right here with you.
Oh boy, another brain memory time. Jimmy feels a cold, gloomy energy oozing from the orb. Would you like to touch it?
Yeah.
Jimmy hears the click-clack of his mother's heels on the linoleum. He can feel a presence behind her. Watching. Always watching. Every day the same feeling. The same eyes. A trembling, spidery feeling trickles up Jimmy's back. The sound of his mother's pacing has stopped.
Look at you, she says. You've gotten so dusty.
Her hands beat on fabric, and for once, Jimmy can't feel the gaze anymore. She coughs. She tries to clear her throat, but she just coughs more. She coughs and coughs and coughs. Soon, the coughing has changed into deep, heavy sobs.
Has it?
Her sobs catch the words from her throat.
Has it been so long?
Okay, well, that's Jonathan Land almost complete. We got a light bulb, that's good. Yeah, that's kind of my thought too there. But this is the monkey area, and we still have the area in front of monkey area to figure out how to get through. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Skunk area. Carousel. I would like to ride Jonathan the horse. Or we can get into a fight. Let's turn into Blob. Maybe get a Blob level, get 1 defense added. Pew. Dude. Hey, level up for Lars. No Blob level. No riding the horsey. Okay. Oh, I see, yeah, it's... Okay, I think we've been to all the areas then. Because we went to the monkey area, and then behind the monkey area is the Jonathan area. And we did all that. I'm sure if I stomp on the ground, it's gonna be like, you sure have more treasures. No, we got everything. Cool. Okay, so that was Jonathan Land completed. Jonathan Land. Let's go back here and get the information on the light bulb. I think we fought 5 battles. Hey, just got back from the Wilton Lands. Got some hot new info. Turns out the light bulb's guarded by a dog. Alright, the dog. It won't let me by. Seems last night I didn't want to chance it biting me. Dogs like that only eat weird, geometrically sound food. Things like cubes. It's not shaped like a cylinder. I didn't want to take any risks. Okay, so we have to give it a nutrition cube. Well, I guess we can always... Hey, so that's all of them. We've gotten Legato Castle, correct? Correct. We got Blue Staff River, correct? Correct. In the forest, yep, 3,000. It's gonna take 6 battles. Nope, 5 battles, okay. Okay, off to the Wilted Land, which is this place. I figure out how to get to the dog. I remember the dog. I just don't remember where he is. That might take us a little bit. I have to get 5 fights too. 2. No. 2 fights. Fights. Four fights. Five fights. Now we can start getting into these pointless little fights. There's the dog up this rope. Well, this isn't the dog I was thinking of. but we found it. Get it all up. So we've just never found this area in general before. So that is now the Wilted Land light bulb complete. Are the frogs back in Smile? Also, I just don't want to use the fountain more than anything. Yep, they're off on an adventure somewhere. Where? I don't know. Alrighty, so back here to get the information for the forest down south. Hey, just got back on my trip from Fermata Forest. Got some hot new info. Fermata Forest. Lived next to it my entire life. I still get lost there. Well, here's the best I can do for you. There's supposed to be a secret area that only opens in the autumn. I hear there's rare red-billed squawkers like to congregate there. Must be the most annoying place on Earth. That really doesn't help beyond autumn. I guess let's put in for the next one. We should already have the Blood Marsh one. Yeah, we got that because that was the one that required the phone. It need to find the Rite of Seasons. Okay, we haven't gotten the one with Whispering Valley. Yep, it costs money. It's gonna take 5 battles. Okay. So it needs to be autumn somewhere in here. Autumn. Okay, well that's a boarded up thing right there. And the fact that these congregate is probably the hint to smash into that. What a ridiculous bird. What a ridiculous bird. Okay. Well, that's that. We got that one now. That wasn't the worst. One. Bum, bum. Summer, I guess. We got into 2 fights. Let's go to Lavos. Ah, a moon. Hi. Scanning. Oh, it's a squirm. Scanning for anomalous life forms. Anomalous life forms detected. Location: Legato Castle. What? The hell does that mean? Anomalous life forms detected in Legs of the Giant. In Bonita Vista. in the Wilted Lands, adjacent to Cloudy Hill, Bonita Vista, the Wilted. What is an anomalous life form? I imagine it's like maybe there's a boss here that it's talking about or something. You got that place still too. A thing in Legato Castle. The cat. The cat that escaped Legato Castle. That was probably Mr. Cat. They were talking about how, yeah, this whole situation right here. There was a horrible, terrifying cat thing, and it escaped. I don't know why I didn't do this before. Yay, shoe inserts. It increases agility. We already got your light bulb, and that's all that's back there. The hell is an anomalous? I generally understand what anomalous life form means. It's just a matter of, like, what does it mean in this context? Oh. Thank you. I don't know what that did, but thank you. This area. That just leads a way out, I believe. That's deeper and that goes up. And this. You guys. Throw into a mirror. Oh ho! A mirror, you say? We already got that. Alright, Legato Castle is where we got. Right, there was the bird in the kitchen. I remember. Legato Castle. Is there a mirror in here? There's a ladder. And there's a mirror. Okay. I'd probably regret doing this. Hi! A boy! A boy! Oh, how happy the queen will be! Oh, but first you'll play with me. Greedy, greedy me. You like riddles, yes? My riddles are the best. Here's a fun one. What weighs more, a pound of feathers or a pound of dogs? They weigh the same. I'm afraid you're wrong. This world is decidedly a world of black and white. You're either wrong or you're right. And in this case, I'm afraid you're clearly not right. You're wrong, wrong, wrong. You see, a pound has lots of dogs, and they definitely weigh more than a pound each. You fucker. Even the littlest Pomeranian weighs a few pounds, so I hope you understand how wrong you are. Well, I'm afraid that right things get rewarded and wrong things get punished. That's the rule here. Well, one of them. But probably the most important. And I'm afraid that you're wrong, Jimmy. Very wrong and unnatural in this place, and you'll have to be punished before you can see the Queen. Yeah, hard to say. I'm curious. Yeah, there's a gurgle in the throat. It thirsts for a bada. But the Queen decreed that badas move too much, and that's all I am. So this is all I am now. Okay, well, thank you, Creepy Alice in Wonderland section. I'm gonna shake you. I can't shake you. You're an unnatural abomination, White Rabbit. Sure, what do I fight here? Oh dear, I don't like one of them. I've never seen the Ace of Spades. But I have seen these jokers here. Jokers can kill. Ace of Spades looks like it can kill too. But with that big old scythe and everything. Dude. Give me. Other treasures here I need to worry about. Eight treasures total, damn it. Hello, Jack. You got nothing. I say damn it to the... I said damn it to the treasure thing is good. It's like, because if it was just 3, I could presume that like at the end of the boss fight, there'd be 3 treasures, you know, once we purge the area, as we've done before. So there being 8, it's like, nope, this is a proper dungeon that I didn't know about. All thanks to that stupid alien being like, it's an anomalous zone. I'm like, oh, this one's easy to get to at least. So let's check that one out. How many years has it been since you've arrived? Oh, just a few moments, you say? Oh, I've been so impatient. Greedy, greedy me. I just want to play some more. Maybe it's all the waiting we must do here. Waiting, waiting, waiting. It's all we do. And once a tasty boy gets here, the first thing he does is ask me to punish him. Oh, you might not have, but you really did. You really, really did, if you think about it. Your wrongness just begged me for punishment. Oh, but it's still too early. Oh, but I'm so impatient. Surely we have enough time for a little game, a little riddle for greedy, greedy me. Slippery little skin I have, nutrient rich and gristle slick. Drag a nail along the spine, and peel it aside with a wrist flick. I'll let you think that one over. I have no idea what you could be implying you are. There's a chill in my teeth. A lifetime of death in this courtyard. Caterpillar's games have just begun. Welcome to the chess land. It is some kind of game. We are back inside the castle. Hello again, Caterpillar. Did you solve the riddle? I'm afraid I don't have time for your answer. Time. It's all I have. It's not enough, you see, because the only time that matters is right now, and right now it's punishment time. The problem, hasty boy, scrumptious, sumptuous boy, is that your face, your nose, your skin, your toes, they're all so disorderly. So we'll have to remove them, you see. The Queen can't rule a disorderly castle, you see. Everything must be orderly and safe, and orderly, you see. You'll find it much more satisfactory in time, you see. Bastard. Oh no, we're in jail. Whatever do we do to escape? Having fun? There's a thrumming in my ears. I can still hear them, echoing in the bricks. The screams of the Queen's victims. Okay, have fun with that. An Iron Maiden. A guillotine. Another Iron Maiden. Oh ho! A Queen of Hearts. You also have nothing to steal from me. Well, I suppose I'm just gonna have to destroy you all then. Blah blah blah. Ah! Skin. Ah! More skin. And some skin and a face. What fun. There's a little fight. It's just them. Phew. Nicolas Cage? Or John Travolta? Nicolas Cage and John Travolta. I see you moving there, Caterpillar. I'm gonna come ruin your butt. You already went upstairs. I'm not finding any treasures, though. Look at us! We're back where we began! Oh, and this is where our conversation must end. You've escaped your punishment, and I'm afraid the Queen is mad about it. Very, very mad, in fact. As much as I'd like to play with you until you're red and glistening, somebody has to follow the rules here, and no one follows the rules better than me. Am I a creature or a carriage? A carriage or a creature? There's only one way to know. Are you willing to find out? Well, at the very least, I'm a revolting mob. This is the precious boy I've heard so much about. Jimmy, was it? I've been here so long, my eyes just aren't as composed as they used to be. Come closer, please. Ah, there's a precious boy indeed. This smell really takes me back. But I can't be getting sentimental now. I've been here too long and I have more important things to focus on. For instance, have you thought about your safety? Your body is covered with the dust and mud of the countryside. When was the last time you bathed? The last time you slept in your own bed, in your own home, safe from the scary monsters of the world? I'm afraid you haven't been safe at all. You'll be much safer here. Yes, that's what is for the best. It's settled. You'll stay here forever with me. So you're safe from the outside world here, but are you safe from yourself? From your own impure tendencies? Tell me, Jimmy, are you a good boy? Yes. Oh, Jimmy, why does that word bounce around in your tongue so? Is it not because it's a lie? I can see your lies grow from your mouth and snake across your body. Jimmy is in fact a horrible gelatinous blob, yes. But that's not all I see. I see the boy hiding beneath your skin, Jimmy. He's a good boy. He's just waiting to be released. Oh, that's it then. It's settled. We'll just have to shuck that skin. Right. Off. Then we can keep the new pure you safe and sound. You can spend your days happy and shivering with me. You don't seem convinced. This doesn't make me satisfied, Jimmy. Maybe you just need to see my handiwork. I've gotten quite good over the years. You won't feel more than just a slight pinch. Then, squelch. Your skin will slide right off. Here, let me introduce you to my husband. Then you can see how safe I can make you. Ah. That's a big hand. It turned out Jimmy was half man, half skeleton. Indeed. Nothing to steal from the Mad Queen, that's good. So, what if I was a bear, though? Like, I could just smack you. And again. Father could focus, though. And with that focus comes the power of the electric beam. The rejuvenation. Oh no, you sliced Mother's MP in two. He needs that, you know. Oh no, Jimmy. Ah, you're weak to light damage, huh? Yeah, seems like that might be the case. Anyway, you're dead this turn, so have fun with that. Goodbye! Level 67, 66. We have purified the area. It is clean. Three treasures here. There's a drum kit. Sunny day. And a dreamstone. Sweet, now we can finally reforge the Masamune. You can't counter, but if you listen closely, you can hear all the world's dreams. Attack is boosted by 50%, so didn't mean to move. Attack is boosted by 50%. One turn, you can get a one-turn magic attack buff, but you can't counter. Whatever. And the drum kit would be a one of the music ones that we've been missing. I'm guessing. Yep, guitar, drum kit, treble clef. An expensive tool for annoying your family. Ah yes, the guillotine. From the spooky set. Spooky, 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 spooky. So we can find out what the spooky set does because we have 5 pieces of it. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, what was the fish tank a part of? I don't remember getting a fish tank. I kind of remember getting a fish tank now. Come on. Part of the geometric set. Ah, complete with 2 fish and 1 fish. So we have 3 pieces of that now as well. But what about the manual we got for Sunny Day? Helga only restores 75% of the party's HP with a 6-turn cooldown. Wow. So when Helga... Okay, he didn't actually change anything I have. So we can give you a... That was a manual though. Oh, it was a manual though, right. Would be really good. And we do have... having the reviving for the allies once we even use that would be good too, but and we can equip Sunny Day because we have the super slap, so while we don't have the 60 MP, so while we don't have the whole situation otherwise, but they have the same 300%. It's just one had the light damage attached to it. So if we leave here, does it still make the happy sound? Like, can I just wander this place without risk of battle as long as I don't come back in? I feel like this is where we started, not, I guess it was a mirror where we started, though. This is the chessboard. Rabbit head. I guess there's still 5 treasures in here. Just leads me back out. Okay, I was following the wall, which is what I'm going to do again. Except it feels like everywhere I go, it leads to just a dead end now. Of course, this is also, like, part of the reason I'm pretty dang certain the queen went down so easy is I could have technically come here any time after I got vampire. There's like nothing we can do through here. I am not good at exploring these maps. It's just this place again. Whatever, if we could have visited this place for as long as we had the option thus far, then there's a pretty decent chance that anything we could potentially pick up in this dungeon is not quite so good. There's also the possibility that if we could hop onto this lily pad, which we can't, of course, that would have been, you know, a way to explore the water, but no, it's not going to be that way. Not going to be that easy either. It's just how it is. So let's just leave the dungeon through the "would you like to return to a safe space" thing. Brr, there's a chill in my teeth. Even though I feel like I've missed so much. So, what was this way? This is where we came out of. And then the worm was all scruffle here to go up. And up again. We can't go that way. He's like, look, we're back where we started. Isn't that true? And we're like, I don't know, but yeah, it looks like it. So I could go that way, but you know, I'm still just figuring it out. And there's the king, set him on fire. There's the fancy happy room. And return to a safe space. Baloo. Boo-doo-doo. Okay, so we got that one done. So we can be like, hey, alien, you're never going to say Bonita Vista. I mean, there's the one, the Bonita Vista. You say it again in legato. And in the Wilton Lands. That's... It makes me wonder, I don't know if he actually stops saying things. I guess it's part of that too. I'm sure I could look it up, but I don't want to yet. Okay, Whispering Valley. Ran into a ghost or two. Thanks for that, by the way. And I yelled boo at it, you know, and thought you might get a laugh at it, and dang thing ran away. Just all barking about it. Hey, I want to give you something for being a repeat customer. Been years since I cleaned out the closet. Take whatever you want. Keep in mind, there's no more bonus offers after this. Just feeling generous today. Hey, it's a carton of smoked, half smoked. We got a song, yay. Get to business. With Whispering Valley V. Okay, we already have the King's March one. And the Castle Dragon one. Cool. And the Temple of Sight. Cool. So some of these I don't remember if we got them or not. I knew we had the Path of Enlightenment one. We got the Legs of the Ancient Giant. Alrighty. I feel like we probably haven't gotten the World Library because we never did finish doing that thing where we let that one guy. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep, I'll pay. I didn't see how many battles. How many battles? 5 still? 5. Okay. It wouldn't surprise me if it has to do with that whole show that one statue. The things being good, or whatever you call it. Words. Showing that one book or whatever the power of positive thinking. So it was somewhere here in the Whispering Valley. We can find a ghost and say boo to it. I don't think there was a ghost in here. I mean, there's a lot of spooky things in there, but where it might be just an outright ghost. The horrifying tongue room. Alrighty, ain't that either. Ah, you. The thing we couldn't figure out what even it was that I promptly forgot about, clearly. Yoki. So that is now Whispering Valley obtained. Back down to here. Let's see. Well, we figure out what Lavos was. Lavos is anomaly, question mark. I'm gonna take another peek in here to see if anything's changed, and we can like gain a sense of nothing has changed. Okay. It's just like, you know, if we could get a hint of what that is that's about, that'd be helpful. Well, I mean, we got this Kung Fu Tower here we can do. Welcome to Kung Fu Tower. Every moment we train to climb higher. Our strongest warriors reside on the 5th floor. I have trained for 65 years, and now I'm the instructor of this floor. My special techniques let me crack walnuts just by squeezing them. Are you impressed? No? Oh, you're just young and headstrong. My powers really shouldn't be doubted. If you have to defeat 8 people on each floor, then you'll be rewarded. Not that that's likely. We are quite skilled. If you pay attention, you might be able to avoid some fights. It's my first day. The others have been calling me Rugburn because they gave me a Rugburn and I cried 15 minutes. Are you strong? Yes. I was afraid of that. I'm supposed to fight you now. Do you want to fight me? Yes. Oh no, please don't hurt me. You win. Alright, that's one. Of the 3 virtues, I'm studying honor. I'm a little short on cash, though. Can you believe they make you pay for tuition and books? So how about giving me $1,000 and let you pass by win without fighting? Okay. Ha! You failed my test. You're not an honorable person at all. That's fair. I wasn't really paying attention. Get rid of your resilience. And then, rough house. Exactly, you guys are terrible. I suppose honor means nothing if you're weak. Okay. All the other three virtues, I'm studying patience. In fact, I've been studying for 50 years straight. This is why I've never ranked up. Alrighty. I will take your patience then. Maybe I should have been studying how to be a better fighter. I'll have to think it over. Of the 3 virtues, I'm studying courage. I'll never back down from a fight. You okay? I almost feel a little bad for these people. Is courage without strength foolhardy? I just ranked up. Want to see my new belt? I hope you still think I'm cool. Fucking shake you. Hey, I'm trying to take a nap here. Yeah, and I need to fight 8 fights. Whatever, I'm going back to bed. My job is to guard the stairwell to the 2nd floor. They call me 2nd floor Jill, but my real name is actually Martha. At first I was new and I just let it go, but now it's been so long it seems rude to correct them. The 2nd floor part doesn't really fit either. I hate having to stand here. Anyway, want to fight? Okay. do. Ow. When I get back from the hospital, maybe they'll call me Quick Recovery Martha. Can I has reward now, please? Does you give it to me, person on the front? Ah, you defeated all my pupils. That only makes 7 people. Have you guessed it yet? I'm the 8th person. What's that? You want to fight me? Yes. There's no need. You've already proven yourself to me. Instructors higher up might not be as kind. By the way, feel free to pray at the statue behind me for as long as you... if you long for the thrill of combat. No, because that sounds like I want. Filled with love. You made the move away, yeah. 4 black belts and a pinto. This whole longing for honor and combat. You know, we're gonna do it again. Just so we can see it. I feel like it's just gonna reset all the people. Ah, no, yeah, it's just a grind match. Got it. So I can just sit here and grind on the statues since we can't fight anyone else on this floor. But now we can go up the floor. And go to the floor number 2, and then there are 3 more floors after that. So we have 4 floors total left. What? Oh, this is Lars's area for the orb.
Hey! You got peanut butter in your ear, boy? Leave him alone, Hans. He and Jimmy are playing their video. I know that. The boy needs to mow the lawn. It's a jungle out there. The grass can wait, dear. Let them have their fun. Come and sit with Helga, Buck, and I. We're having a lovely time. Right, Buck?
No.
Oh, what a grouch. Bah! I don't know how my son can be such a good for nothing. Your mother coddles you too much. That's a problem.
Oh, now, Hans, you be quiet. You know how sensitive Lars is.
Believe me, I know. We'll talk later, boy.
Aye, you got past the first floor. Big deal. We are stronger than those losers. But the thing is, everyone on this floor is a really nice person. They might not want to fight at all. Not me, though. I'm a bit of a grump. Okay. Hey, Goblin Hero, you got nothing for you? For us. Alright, bye. Hey, Andrew leveled up.
Yeah, good. You're glad you beat me. Now I won't have to hang out with all these goody two-shoes.
Patience is the best virtue, don't you agree? What? You want to fight me? No way. You seem like a super nice guy, so why would I want to fight you? Oh, come on now, friend. Nobody likes to be shaked. Fight? I'm not really feeling up to it. They don't call me glass half empty Glinda for nothing. What are you, a thug or something? Go ahead and take my money. I'm broke anyway. Go ahead, kick me when I'm down. I'm pathetic anyway. Uh-huh. Ugh, looking at you reminds me that I haven't brushed my teeth in 2 weeks. I heard someone saying my breath can peel paint. Fight? I'm not really feeling up to it. Hey, you know, looking at you, I can't think of anything negative to say. I just feel kinda happy. I can't deal with this new weird emotion. What? You want to fight me? No way. You're a super nice guy. I tried this already. Yeah. Alright, well, let's go fight some other people. Hey, statue. No. Upon my honor, I can't allow you to pass without a fight, but I'm also a really good person. How about I just beat myself up instead? Okay. Hey, you look a little tense. You know the best way to work that stress out? A good fight. Yeah, okay. Gonna become a grumpy bear. They're playing as a dragon setting millions on fire. Well, he said it was a video. I think they were just watching an anime, but possibly. Boop. Lars leveled up. Whew! I hope you feel better now. Nah, because that one person won't fight me. Look, I'm not here to fight you. Avoiding a fight. That'd be about $1,000. Sound good? No. I'm sorry to hear that. That's all the money I've got. Guess we have to fight them. Oh, you were offering me money. That would have been fun. But also, you guys are terrible and weak, so what do I care? Dirt. Whoa, what a tough guy. No, I didn't stand a chance. Before we do this, you should really know that even though I'm a really good person, I'm not going to go easy on you. Are you ready? No? Prepare yourself then. I'll give you a fair fight. Okay. Oh no, you're the exact same people everyone else is. Yeah, so they also said playing their video. I.e., they could be playing a VHS, or playing a DVD. What a fight. I hope I didn't hurt you too badly. You did nothing. Here, let me patch you up. Good luck. Oh, cool. Full heal. Thank you. Because of my intense courage, I never back down. From a good conversation. This place is pretty cool, don't you think? I guess. Let me keep all the boards I break in half, you know. I'm going to use them to build a deck on the patio. Wouldn't that make the backyard more dynamic? Sure. I think so too. I'd just like maybe add a pool, but I can't use chopped boards for that. If only they give us concrete and pool water to chop. Well, I can't chop pool water anyway, but I will once I master the water chopping razor palm technique. You think I've got it in me? Sure. Yeah, right on. It's good to have a super fan. Say, you wouldn't happen to want to fight, do you? No? Good. I wouldn't want to fight such a cool guy like you anyway. I'm going to practice my water splitting razor palm technique. Cool. Now that we've done everyone else, maybe that is the essence of patience. Because I really don't want to have to just stand around for a while to fight you. Seriously, I'm trying to study patience and you're being kind of a jerk. What am I to you, a maraca? Stop shaking me! Stop it! Okay, there we go. She had to shake them multiple times. Unbelievable. Treasure, treasure, treasure! Yay! A weapon rack. The final, possibly final piece, I think final piece of the pixel set. Lars versus Helga. So, the house seems quiet now, huh? It's weird. Yeah, it's definitely weird. We need some noise in here. Looks like some of his old tapes are still here. Oh, remember this one? Yeah, this one brings me back. I just have to bust a move. We finally get a view of Gamien, by the way. Come on, Helga. Join the party. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Can you believe he used to listen to that crap? It was so lame. Yeah. I miss him. I miss him so much. Yeah, me too. Thank you, Lars. Hey, man. I'd normally welcome to the third floor, but everyone here is on edge. You see, there's a ghost somewhere on this floor, and everyone's scared to death of it. Let me tell you, the worst thing you could do is sneak up behind someone. If they were to make a mistake you for a ghost, well, gotta think of the health of my pupils. Now, if you excuse me, I'm gonna turn around and polish this statue. Ah! My frail heart! I see. Almost got it. Have you come to admire my secret ghost detection technique? Yeah, you guys are totally awesome. You're going to die. I'm shocked that you survived. Good job, witch lady. Ha! The greatest victory is not being beaten by a ghost. Remember that. You okay? Boo. Hey, it's a spooky ghost! What are you, a boy? A ghost? A boy ghost? It doesn't matter. By my honor, I will not let you pass. Nope. What? Defeated by a simple boy ghost? Ha! You fell for my trap. You're ready for my ghost exploding fire punch. Hey, okay. I'm gonna... I guess I'll keep a vampire. After all, being a vampire is unto gaining magic defense. Ha! No fair, you're not a ghost at all. No wonder my technique failed. Think ghosts are smarter than me? Think again. By using my extreme mastery of patience, I will always keep my back to the wall. Outsmarted by a ghost! Courage. By focusing on this, the greatest virtue, I will differentiate myself from my peers and find the power to defeat anyone, ghost or no. We're literally the same people. Pew pew. Nope. Next life, I will be a ghost that fights other ghosts. The important thing is, I get a treasure. It's not open yet. Someone is hiding from the ghost. I want treasure. Lars versus Gamien. Jimmy, can you please get your uncle? We need to leave. I I do it myself, but I can't see her like that. Ah. Hey, Jimbo. She's looking a lot better, huh? Huh? No. No, it's not a good time to leave. We need another hour or so. Almost 10 o'clock. Mom and I always watch What the Heart Wants at 10 o'clock. It's her favorite show. Many of the warriors on this floor are hiding. Maybe with a keen sense of perception and a clever use of your abilities you'll be able to find them. Why are they hiding? Well, because they're dirty tricksters, like me. Ah, you found me. Such promise. I have no doubt you'll be able to track down my pupils. By tapping into my boundless courage, I managed to train hard enough to make it out of the ghost-filled hellhole beneath us. I fear nothing except ghosts. You don't think there are ghosts on this floor, do you? Yes. Oh dear. Keep it together. Courage, courage, courage. Remember what Mom used to say? You can overcome every obstacle except ghosts because your fist will go right through them. Man, that didn't help at all. How about we forget this ghost nonsense and fight? No? Alright, I'll be here. Staying clear of ghosts. Okay. Right, of course not. There's no such thing as spooky, scary ghosts. They definitely don't want to sneak up behind you and pull your soul out of your spine. Yeah. So this is why. This is why the things down there, the door down there didn't open. Yeah, nothing like a good beating to cure a case of the spooks. So if I go back down now, it'll be open? No. Oh. Ha! What kind of food fell for such an obvious trap? I don't know, no one wants to fight everyone to get treasure. I'll fill my water. There we go. And then we drink it. Delightful. Alrighty, back to... Okay, fine, you win. I'm going back to my room. Okay, so that's 1. 2, technically. Just to pray for honor through combat. Okay. Nope. Alright, so that was not... That wasn't one of them, so we've got 2 of the ones on this floor so far. I was behind this one! Alright, 3 now. Hey, level. Hey, look on your face was worth it, loser. Welcome to the 4th floor. But you're looking forward to my lesson, aren't you? No? What's that? I'm not the instructor. Yeah. Ah, you saw it through my disguise. I would just go hide in the walls. Okay, 4. By my honor, I will defend my title as the stinkiest sneak. 5. content in my sneakiness. Guess wrong, nerd. Shit. Maybe I was the nerd all along. Figure out where the rest of them are, or how to get them when I can't figure out even where the last one is on the floor below this one. Drag the table. I never try dragging the table. No. Fine, I'll go upstairs. Lars versus Andrew. Oh, it's only for a little while. Only for a little while. This is your brother we are talking about. Exactly! Oh, he's my brother! If we don't take him in, where will he go? He's a grown man, Helga. It's not our responsibility. This isn't about responsibility. It's about family. How many years has it been since he's had a job? I don't think it's unreasonable to not want him leeching off of us. Andrew, you better think really hard about what the next words that you say. Ahem. Jimmy, why don't you take your plate to the kitchen? Oh, hey, it's Lars. Hey, I know I said I was gonna get some sleep, but I was hungry, so I stopped down here for a snack. I didn't want to disturb your dinner, so... The other floors may have gimmicks, but not this one. Here, the strongest warriors reside. The only path to victory lies through combat. Are you ready for a fight? Sure. Be warned, I'm not going to go easy on you. Yeah, you look the same as all the others. Nope. Perhaps you have what it takes to make it to the top. Look, I'm going to be upfront with you. I totally bought this belt. My dad's a big shot in the city and donated a bunch of money here, so I kind of get to do whatever I want. I really don't want to fight. How about you just give me $1,000 and let you go by? No. What the? Are you some kind of poor person? Nothing makes me angrier than poor people! Pew, 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 shooting you. Also do. Always do. Ugh, get your mindless hands off me. There's that. Are we fat too? I am the physical embodiment of honor. They call me the Avenging Fist. You defeated my senseis, and you shall be punished. You're not new, you're the same. Oh, there's no honor in defeat. My friend doesn't believe me, but I swear I heard something rattling in the walls. It's gotta be a ghost. I heard they suck your eyeballs from your sockets while you sleep. Anyway, wanna fight? No? Hey, stay vigilant. There are ghosts out there. I mean, I am a ghost. Okay, fine, fight you. Well, at least you didn't suck out my eyes. I count that as a win. Hey, my friend doesn't believe me, but I'm actually a super nice person. I didn't want to leave the second floor, but if you're naturally talented like me, you gotta push your way to the top. They used to call me Short Fuse Shelly after my old instructor smiled at me wrong and I broke his nose with a flying knee, but those days are long behind me. Those days of pure, unrepentant bloodlust. The breaking bones, the blood squishing between my fingers, the screams of the innocent. What? I'll fight you? Oh, sorry, that light's behind me now. I'm just a nice gal who wants to hang out and be cool.
Get your hands off me! I'll make you bleed!
Oops, I messed that up. I don't know what came up for me. You must be strong to have gotten this far. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but my courage is unshakable. You have to fight me in order to pass. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess you get past then. You fell for my trap. I bet you feel stupid. Just so long as we get to open the door and make it a present. I should have stayed hidden. It's you, the child of prophecy. I've lived in this tower for 100 years awaiting your arrival. I guess you could call me the master of patience, but if the great darkness has already manifested, I fear our time is short. That will be your final challenge in this tower. Go, child of prophecy. Use the power hidden here to defeat the great darkness. I mean, sure, but I'd like to, get the power of those other items. I get this item at least. A Kung Fu Punch. A 500% physical attack with a 5-turn cooldown. Neat. Not really. I'm quite content with what I have, even though 500% is quite strong. You know. And here's the Lars orb. Jenny feels a quiet, tranquil energy lulling from the orb. Would you like to touch it? Okay. Jimmy hears some beeps and boops through a tinny little speaker. A synthesized explosion booms. He's played this game before. Uncle Lars let him borrow it once for a family trip. He sat beside Jimmy and gave him tips, like how you can level up quickly by fighting the ghosts in the 3rd level. Uncle Lars told him the locations of all the secret treasures. They drove all the way across the country, and Uncle Lars never asked to play. I like watching you play, he had said. A door opens. The sound of footsteps masks the video game. Are you going to stay here all night? A woman asks. I can bring you a blanket. Uncle Lars's voice responds with little more than a whisper. That's okay. I don't mind staying up with him. Okay, well, that's the power of Uncle Lars. Which leaves us with, at least with the base, the actual family members. The only one we haven't found an orb for yet is Andrew. There's the name. You're not letting me in there, even though I wanna. Or is one of you the door? No. Fine, you're gonna be a jerk to me. Maybe I'll just leave now and then look it up secretly later and never tell anyone. I don't know why I'm walking all the way out when I could have just used my teleportation thingy. There we go. That is the Kung Fu Tower defeated. I hate trying to land here. So we're gonna go talk to Mr. What's his butt about the light bulb. And where is that light bulb? The World Library light bulb, right? Hey, you just got back from my trip to the World Library. Got some hot new info. Gonna be honest, you wasted your money on this one. There are already clues all over around that place. Maybe you should just read them, because I couldn't figure out anything else. So it is indeed the books with the things. Where? Look, the energy levels are so high. They'll look into me. You seem to have found 20 light bulbs so far. If you've powered up, say, 25 of them, you could probably open the door. So we have 5 more light bulbs to get. I forgot to pay him for another chunk of stuff. And I just realized one of those things are possibly a light bulb in and of itself. We've already gotten the Sunset Beach, okay. And the fish concern. And Tetsuya Kawaii, we already knew that we got that one. Okay, so of the things that he do, the World Library is the only one we don't have. And then there are still 4 more light bulbs beyond that we can potentially get, because we need 5 to open up the thing. Well then, never been here either. I'm gonna go to the World Library because otherwise I'm gonna probably forget to try to do this stuff. This is my library, each book is my child. Long ago, a fearsome winged beast took one of my children. Oh, you turned him to me, okay. I know what I just said, but we're gonna have to come back here anyway, which will help me not forget. And I can only assume that the fearsome winged beast is the guy up here, so let's do this one. By climbing this horrible noose rope. So what can we fight here? Oh, you are terrifying. Get a bat chair. Your name is Pud. Pud, you scare the hell out of me. Fuck off. Alrighty. That's another piece of the creepy set we got there. Hello, Pud. Goodbye, Pud. Hello, Bat and Pud. Oh, fuck me. Hi! Hindenburg? Cackle I admittedly have already seen. You're concerning. Holding all that in can't be healthy. Let's release his gas. Slap the bird. He feels less explosive. Also, we are getting very little experience and everything from this, so I feel like maybe we should have been here sooner, even though I don't think we could have come here until we got the airship. And that there is the throbbing feathers. Level up. Level up. Climb a regular rope, that's nice. Hello, Pud. We have indeed introduced the painful, yes. Oh, you bitch. Hello, Strug and Muggle. You're just in time to see Pud. Look, it Pud. Oh, maybe I like the cackle bird better. There it is. You like the cackle? Or maybe the throbbing feathers? A very fair possibility. It's fine, we're just in one of the horror zones of the game. Although Pud has been the worst thing in this zone. Oh, you missed the caterpillar though. He was a while ago. Not that we gotta fight him or anything, you know, just... He was hanging around. Made a mosh shot. Okay, welcome. Oh, I can't do anything here, but... Oh! Okay, I appreciate them not putting me back at the bottom of the mountain. Seems like we've got some lavos going on here. Went too far. I should have stood. I think I need to stand where the tree is. That is to my right. It's fine. It'll just put us right back there. It's good. We can do it. Run. Stop right here. Nope. Ah, I know what to do then. There's no point in trying to speed through as a bird. Let's try... Let's try to be timeful. There we go. Another one of these ropes. What a thrill. Oh no. Hi! You seem to be a big bird named Grimclaw with some nerve worms. Okay, well, let's say, how about we do your big attack and then, you know, nice rough housing and a thermal, who needs a thermal bomb with focus? On a molecular beam right there on Grimclaw. Yeah, Lars can rough house too, why not? Okay, we got rid of your worm problem. This is true, yeah. That background's been around for a while. Never been quite delightful. He dives low for you to jump off and takes it. Oh no! Okay, well, you can't. My mom can't really do much of anything right there. It's up to Dad. Okay, we're done. We have purified the area. It is clean. And we get a barbed wire wristband. And rejuvenate. And a floral vase. Yes, I would like to return to a safe place. Okay, well, we've completed that place, regardless of what's going on. Remove that from my little shift listy. Oh, I could have come here from Cloudy Hill. Oh. Okay, well that then explains. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just we never came back here with my brain being like, oh right, that's a thing we can do. That's why that area was so freaking easy. We could have come here a long time ago. Anywho, I guess let's grab a fountain. Slurp. Back into the spaceship and we fly off back to the World Library, which is right here. I have a feeling that wasn't actually the answer, though. It'd be nice if it was, but we'll find out, I guess, real quick. Oh, yeah, there's a fountain right here. Oh, well. Hello, librarian. I'm just gonna go down to the secret portion of the library. Hi, did I find your friend? The answer seems to be no. I don't believe so. Just because there was a straight path, there were no branches or anything to any of that. Plus, I only assumed Fearsome Winged Beast meant that because bird. But it could easily not be the case because it's not like that's the only place that we've ever seen birds. Birds gone, at least. But we can also be like... Yeah. There are no chests here, so unless something existed in here that is not a chest, which is a possibility. But again, there was nothing that stood out otherwise. But still, we can check again. It's not like I know what I'm doing, which is not sarcasm. I don't. So we might as well take a double check just in case. But you know, it's just trees and bones, ropes, more trees. Float across the gap. I mean, unless there's like a hidden doorway somewhere in here, but that requires touching every wall continually. Float. Windy path. Didn't get any fast enough. Melody. Let's try again. What a thrill, the darkness and the night. Yeah, there is nothing up here. Hydration obtained. Anyway, back to the World Library, where we are attempting to consider if there's a bird enemy in here, perhaps. Which I guess we can, I'm sitting there wandering around, we can just make a fight happen. That's not a bird. Already have the fossil. Just kill you. Also not birds. Also not birds. One more before I just decide they probably don't exist in this round. Jimmy's now level 69. Nice. History. Like a variable fish, but now it's dead. A clay stick. A marvelous coin found. Still don't know where the frog went. Cause I have to imagine that, you know, the marvelous coins have something to do with him, but not yet. I just want to talk to the book first. True positivity rests at the end of the rainbow. I have hidden my gift to the world, to those who have witnessed the true power of positivity. 8 turns should suffice. I saw that door. It's behind this bookshelf. You are Mr. Positivity. One turn. Two turns. Three turns. Four turns. Five turns. Six turns. Seven turns. Eight turns. Nothing seems to have changed beyond him getting stronger each time. Nine turns. Ten turns. There we go. The path has been revealed. We get a self-help book. A weapon not usable by anyone but Jimmy. Or it's usable by anyone but Jimmy, presumably. Be a better you for just $15.99. Gain, you know, more experience and be weak. That didn't help us. They got it. That's not the one we wanted. I guess maybe I didn't actually go beyond 8 turns the last time. And that didn't work, but we thought it did. Put a bird in here? No, you don't. Jimmy, destroy the blue one. Helga, hold off. Father, destroy the red one. Doesn't matter what you do, Lars. Another book. My soul resonates with the artifact. I'll reveal myself only to he who wields it. I don't know what the artifact is, though. That's always been an issue with that, too. Could be something we can only get. Maybe the artifact is the thing behind the light bulb door, and so this in and of itself is not the light bulb. But I don't know. Let's leave the library because that there's stuff that is like I would love to have some friggin' idea what any of it's talking about. Oh. Of course, the artifact could also be, you know, in here. We haven't done the Great Triangle yet. Which I also... Bird! Kitty. Kitty and birds. 2, 3... Okay, 4 treasures in here. This place is steeped in ancient history. See this. It depicts your first grade science teacher. Remember how you won. Science fair. I was quite proud of you. Most of the first graders constructed baking soda volcanoes and made static electricity by rubbing balloons on their head. The carbon dating experiment we did together was much more advanced. I knew you were smart enough to understand how radioactive iconotropes could be utilized to determine the approximate age of our samples. I really enjoyed working with you. You were the perfect lab partner. Well, we should be moving on. I'm pretty sure we're going to find Father's orb in here. I'm a fool.
Well, I see you've fallen for the trap. Rookie mistake, I'm afraid. If you would have fallen down here thousands of years ago, you would have been covered in venomous snakes.
I guess nobody fed them.
That's right. I'm afraid this place wasn't built by responsible pet owners. It's a shame, really. Now let me see if you can. Let me show you how we can get out of this pickle. Now this is where real adventure experience comes in handy. You'd think that would have worked.
Maybe I could try something.
Oh, posh! Who's the adventurer here? Now that I think of it, I've run into this sort of contraption before. Many times, in fact. Now, Guppy, you'd be so kind as to stand in front of the other switch.
I getting dead.
That's a good girl. Now we'll just make a first mate out of you yet. Now get ready, you have to flip the switches at the exact same time. Ready?
Ready as a frog.
On the count of 3 then. 1, 2, 3. Well, I'm out of ideas.
If I'm being totally honest, Manny used to get us out of situations like these.
If you're done, I have some ideas. Finally, that degree in mechanical engineering paid off.
See that, Jimmy? That's my wife. With her brains and my keen intuition, you have no hope of getting the treasure. So long, my boy.
Yeah, so long, my boy. Oh, and just for your information, I bring a lot to the table, too. Well, I suppose they're off again.
What are we fighting here? Ah, more math stuff. Okay. Alright, well, I guess I just leave. Stairs down, yes. Here, what are we fighting? Oh, God, no, fuck you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing changed with it. What's up in this place? Up we go. Hey, red fish and blue fish. Great. Okay, the door in the middle. There's more sarcophagi. Door on the side. Hey, Guppy.
Hey, Jimmy. You might think I'm stuck, but my dad told me exactly what to do in situations like these, and that's kick your legs as hard as possible. I'm just waiting for someone to find me first so they can witness my Damien escape. Watch!
Down you go, then.
Oh, well, that was weird. I must not have kicked hard enough. Luckily, I've been training as a frog, so I was able to hold my breath long enough to make it all the way down here. Do you guys know that frogs are perfect adventurers? Just because they can fight in both water and on land. That's what Dad said after Henry joined his crew. I've been training for years to join Dad's crew, and now my training's finally paying off. Anyway, better get back. Dad's probably found some sweet treasure already. Alrighty. Where does this up take us? No, just back to here. Well, what if I try to go down this sand as well? Nothing, okay. But what if I go down the sand on the other side? Yeah, treasure. Filled with confidence. Also spinning top. Boop. No. Jimmy, oh, is that you, young man? It appears the door's stuck behind me. Quite embarrassing for an old pro like me. Might hit those 2 switches. I believe you can hit them in any order. Ah, I'm hearing some old mechanism was worrying. A good job, young man. Now we just have to... Oh, dear. Well, the walls seem to be moving in on me now. I suppose it's one of those puzzly kind of things. That's the weak spot for brazen adventuring types like myself. I think, fish, think. Okay, how about you hit the right switch twice and then hit the left switch?
Jimmy. What did you do? The walls are closing in faster now. And, my God, some holes have opened and deadly venomous scorpions are pouring out. Oh, let's see. I think earlier my wife hit the left switch twice and the right switch, and then the left switch. Try that. 2, 3, 4. Oh, that was a close one. But close ones are part of being an adventurer. I'm sure you understand, my boy. Kinda. What's in here? Oh, a deadly scorpion.
Not many people take the time out of their day to speak to scorpions. That's refreshing. If I feel threatened, I'll still sting you, though. Just like that guy that was crying in here earlier.
Ow! The scorpion stung you. I mean, fair. You did warn me. I'm glad everyone's here and safe. Thank you, Jimmy. You're a good young man. Go away. So you wouldn't let me run just so you could run away first. Fine.
Oh, wait! Now that everyone's here, we can get on with the adventure.
Looks like the family's all here. Now this is a simultaneous switch pressing shenanigan if I've ever seen one. Everyone stand on the switch. Great teamwork all around. I'll add you to the crew, Jimmy, but I'm afraid only fish family members can apply. Plus, I still don't feel like sharing the treasure with you. Sorry, my boy.
You think we can fix up the sea room with all the gold we'll find?
Okay, whatever. I'm sorry for the lack of manners, Jimmy. I'm sure they're grateful for your help so far. I know I am. Cylinder. Dare you fire a laser? I've got a unity wave. You beat your laser. Silly laser man. Ah, the Museum of Natural History. You remember when we visited there, don't you? I told you all about your favorite dinosaur, Brachiosaurus. They even had a life-size replica built outside. You wanted to climb on it, but we have to be respectful at institutions such as that. Like giraffes, Brachiosaurus would have eaten vegetation from very tall trees that other dinosaurs couldn't reach. This was the evolutionary advantage that let them survive in a world populated by monsters. I remembered you sat and listened so intently, wanting to hear every detail. And Buck, well, I think he was mostly sulking in the lobby. Cool. Another locked door, another switch. Oh, that's how these things go, I'm afraid. I tried to stop her, but she said she was the only one who could fit through such a tight space. If you see Guppy, make sure she stays safe. Slurp. I see how you're doing. Filled with disembodied eyes, but also the song. Hey, Guppy.
Jimmy, did you see all the twaps? I twigged those. It was all like whoosh, swing,
and then I rolled all over the place using my frog-like reflexes, and now I'm fine, but kind of scared, but I'm really excited. I knew being an adventurer would be super fun. Now I know my niche and fit into really small places. I'm gonna go back and tell everyone I unlocked the door. That choice is as good as ours. And, please don't tell my mom and dad that I almost died like 110 from all these traps. Traps. Off I go then. Hello, giant weird cat looking statue. Hello, smaller, not weird cat statues. This is a curious one. How did this get here? I drew this when I was a young boy about your age. You must have seen it when we were looking through your grandmother's boxes in the attic. This is a picture of my old imaginary friend. He was a Tyrannosaurus Rex named Colby. He was blue and covered in orange spots. I used to ride him and go on all sorts of adventures. In my mind, of course. What's that? Do I still go on adventures with him? Oh, Jimmy. I'm a paleontologist now. Dinosaurs have been dead for millions of years. You didn't answer the question, Father.
Jimmy, we've run into a bit of a snag in the treasure department.
That is, there's no treasure. There's just an exit in some weird ball of energy that seems beyond the realm of understanding. I touched it and my hair went frizzy. Yes, it did. Well, you might as well just head back home, Jimmy. There's been a major bust. Oh, has it? I've been doing some thinking. Yes, I know. I'm not normally a thinking man, but much more of an adventuring man. But thinking is an adventure for your mind. After a lot of thought, I've come to decide that there is a treasure here after all. And that treasure? It's family, young Jimmy. The real treasure was the family I endangered along the way, you see. Can't you see? Adventure with my family has been a great joy. I wish that all those years traveling with Mamie and Henry, I could have been spending time with my family instead. Does that mean we gotta go on more adventures, Dad? Well, I'm certainly going on more adventures. And how am I going to get anything done without a frog that can get into really small spaces? I can do it. I can be that frog. Well, that sounds fun, dear. How about we go back to Bonita Vista? It's much more relaxing by the beach. Oh, posh to that, I say. Yeah, Mom, posh. That's 2 against 1. I suppose I can't argue with those numbers. Let's just try to stay together from now on. The only thing I can promise is interesting times. I'm guessing that's the exit he was talking about. And there's the orb. Jimmy feels a sophisticated, earnest energy radiating from the orb. Would you like to touch it? Yep. Jimmy hears words, too far away to be intelligible, drifting around him as if he were underwater. His father's stern, confident voice cuts through the noise. What are our options? A man replies, all we can do at this point is let it run its course and hope for the best. Jimmy's father's presence looms over the room. It's just a problem. Problems have solutions. Now solve it. The door snaps shut before the man has a chance to respond. Jimmy feels his father sitting on the bed next to him. He hears pages being flipped in a book, slowly, minute after minute. Minutes turn to hours. Jimmy can't keep count anymore. He feels the warmth of sunlight peeking through the window. Wrong spelling of peeking, but hey. The pages never stop flipping. I feel like we've gotten an orb for every family member at this point. Unless Punch Tanaka is a secret family member. Look, actual treasure. It's vaporize. 600% magic damage, and 5-turn cooldown. Nice. Because we've left a treasure in here, haven't we? Yep. We have missed so many treasures because my brain is too small. And, oh no, I remember where the treasure is. That last treasure. Gonna be over here. Yeah, right. And we just have to use the bird or ghost to jump across this. It's a graduation robe. A symbol of success. Look poised. Don't trip. That's going to be some weakened magic, regular defense, but dang if it don't increase magic. Other people can wear it as well if I really wanted to make Lars more magically capable. Or Helga. But the answer to both of those is like, I don't want to. The only person who's going to get this would be either Andrew or Jimmy himself. But then I also lose the immunodeficiency protection. But you don't need it because you have the sun badge, so graduation robe for you. So powerful. Alrighty, so that means we have accomplished the Great Triangle. Still know anything about the bird. We have a bunch of other things we can totally set up too and see what their abilities and stuff are, but well, we have done almost all the places, technically speaking. No. And this still is no different. We are reaching that point of, we still have a place we can go, and we're going to go there now, because this one. See what's going on here at this Rainbow Park. Oh, it's just, there is that point in my brain now, just kind of being like, oh, maybe I should just start looking up how to do these things. To an extent, just to be because like the bird or the artifacts, like what the hell are either of those things actually talking about? Ah, the animals. Or the heart place. Like, what the heck is that about? There's the other banana phone with its horrifying face of faceness. This place is intriguing. It's a playground. Who is this person? Is this like my mom but young? This is a building this time. Doesn't have things to bump into the walls like that. Okay, I think the indication might indeed be that this is a... Perhaps this is... words. I guess this is a place to be able to verify if I'm actually moving faster doing this. Not getting caught up on the wall will also help. Okay, I'm just gonna go back now. So I keep fucking it up. Dragon. No. I'm gonna try to do what I did the first time, but without running into the wall. Where you can just jump where we see the bird feet. Or not jump, but run when we see the bird feet prints. Cool. Or we can get caught on the walls again because my hands are done. Cool. Nope. I just learned I can hold down the button instead of mashing it. can't believe I keep getting caught in the fucking corner. Hard to get backtrack too much. We don't want to run it at that point. Not sure how much of a delay actually happens when we bump into a wall either. So that won't, we can run down that just fine. Or we can keep fucking it up. I really do wish the game just gave us like a proper regular dash and not this weird bird dash. Caught on a wall again. Such a small fucking window. It looked like, it looked like it was just a treasure as well. Not a light bulb, so like, unless it's a fucking amazing treasure, it's like, what the fuck is even the point? Nope. Okay, let's try this again without doing the dash at all, with exception to, I guess, these areas, but that's doing that these areas is where we got having only, yeah, I'm gonna, for the sake of study, we're gonna just not run at all, and we'll even swap over to keyboard control for that precise precision movement. That I can't quite get with a stick. Work as we bump into the wall. Okay, we do gain a teeny tiny tidbit of speed when we run. Yeah, I don't think I can do the. I don't think I can do keyboard control alongside. That's because I don't know the button. Oh, it's kind of hard to do keyboard control alongside the run button. Another attempt. We can do it. I wonder if we would have made it if we didn't run into the fucking wall at the very end. Really also wish it like teleported us back to the start of the maze instead of just locking off like that, because then I wouldn't have to run all the way back and get frustrated. Find out this time, assuming I don't screw up further, like, in a different way. We can at least get to that point what we did, and if I still fail it, then I'm clearly missing something fundamental about this, and we'll move on for the moment. And it'll just join the pile of things for Damien to research. Because he doesn't understand. See, right there, we got caught in the corner, i.e. we messed up. Oh my god, that was so fucking tight. Hey, we got the song though. It is a nice song. I do appreciate the song. And the light bulb as well. Okay, that feels better. Feels better that it also had a light bulb. Now we ride the hippo balloon thing. To the station. The music has changed with the rain. Okay, that's kind of what I was getting a feeling of. With seeing the young mom and everything, I'm like, this makes me think, or what I can only presume is young mom, because of, 80s clothing and stuff. And I'm just like, is this gonna talk, when she was digging, my brain immediately was like, is this gonna be about how, smoochies, like about how the parents met? Despite the fact that Jimmy would have no way of knowing any of this directly, outside of memories of his parents telling him, how they met, I guess. And there's the baby Jimmy. Or baby Buck, one of the two. Also, just a lot of freaking pathways up here. I remembered I can jump staff paper. That's a musical instrument thing. Cool. I think we might have the entirety of the musical instrument set now. tree and we got into a fight. Oh no, you grabbed Andrew. Now he's being chewed by the pelican. Sorry, teleportian. Go away. Another building. Maybe that's the way out. So we do want to go to that building as well, but before we do that, we're going to check the other direction. Oh, there was no other direction. Of course not! Alrighty, into the rain building. Fuck, is it another race? No, good. Give the different... Ah, the other song, because I had noticed belatedly, it's like, oh, there's different music when it gets rainy. Another orb, okay. Jimmy feels a pure, vibrant energy humming from the orb. Of course I'd like to touch it. Jimmy felt his mother's hand gripping his. Her thin fingers, the groove of every bone. Jimmy can feel them all pressing into him, so tight it is almost painful. He can feel the cool, clammy sweat on her palm. Jimmy can only remember one time her grip felt like this. It was his first time on a roller coaster. He wasn't sure that he wanted to go on, but Buck called him a baby. Jimmy's mom told Buck to knock it off, but Jimmy had already made his decision. As the ride ticked up the first hill, Jimmy felt his mother gripping him with that same grip. Her fingers were so tight they were trembling. For a moment, he forgot how scared he was. Instead, all he could think about was how scared she was for him. Somewhere far away, Jimmy hears his mother humming a song. It's the same song she wakes him up with every morning. He feels her clutch his hand harder, bring it up to her face, rub it against her cheeks. He feels warm tears wiped onto his hand. I'm really hoping at this point that we get a good ending by finding all of these orbs. That's Rainbow Park, I think. Which largely leaves us with the questioning a handful of things. And me and my brain running through my brain being like, you know what, do I... How many light bulbs did we find on our own? So I think we're at 21 or 22 at this point. 21. 4 light bulbs we haven't found. You know what, to that extent, I feel like I do not mind if we just find the answer. What was the marvelous coins for? Ah. Basically, that's me right there, just ignoring. It's like I think we're. Yeah. Give me. I think I am personally at a point where it's like, you know what, I'm fine looking at things up now. I don't want to look at plot, obviously, but yeah, looking up things that confuse my brain. For example, apparently this is where they went. Hello, Jimmy. As you might have guessed, our adventure didn't go very well. My brother got shipwrecked here. It could be worse. The people here are strange, but there are lots of bananas to eat. My brother seems happy, too, which is the important thing. Well, would you look who it is? Young Jimmy! I must thank you for getting me out of that funk. Thanks to you, I found my way to this marvelous island paradise. This young man, I believe he goes by the name Information Guy, has impeccable taste, as you can see. He has also offered to let me live here rent-free. But he didn't offer, because he kinda says the same thing all the time. Some gibberish, you see. I don't really pay attention. But he does have this marvelous statue of me, so I just assumed he'd be okay with living with the actual role model. His actual role model. Who wouldn't take that opportunity? Anyway, now that I've settled down, I thought it would be fun to open a little shop, so to speak. Perhaps you found a marvelous coin or two lying around? I distribute those out to lots of monsters. You know, as a promotional gimmick of sorts. Well, now you can use them to earn lots of marvelous merchandise. Let me know how many marvelous coins you have. Oh wow, you have at least 5. You deserve something marvelous. It's a marvelous coin. What's that look for? If you think about it, you just got a marvelous coin for doing hardly anything at all. It's really quite the deal. Come back when you have 10 or more. I'll give you something really, truly marvelous. Okay. You deserve something marvelous. It's a marvelous teleporter. With this device, you'll be able to teleport directly to me. Mr. Marvelous. Talk about convenient. Come back when you have 15 or more. Which we do. I have no idea how many we have, but we've got a marvelous statue. Oh, but that's somewhat special to remind you of me. Your good friend, Mr. Marvelous. No home is complete without one. We do have at least 20. A marvelous phone. That's a very special phone. It can only dial one number, but it's the only number you need. It's the number for the marvelous hotline. Call it when you need extra motivation. Come back when you have 30 or more. Not quite enough. Oh no, how many do we have? 24. It's ringing. Why are you calling? Are you sad? Need someone to cheer you up? Well, tough luck. Do you think everything's always marvelous with me? We all have bad days. Just kidding. I'm as marvelous now as I've ever been. What did I get you? I thought a marvelous joke might bring a little sunshine to your day. I'm annoyed that I kind of like Mr. Marvelous. Okay, there is like a quick way I can find the thing quite like it. Be good. Okay, anomaly comet. Everything is with the Colados, so that'll help me. Let's see right there. We'll tell you what optional nightmare dungeons or anomalies you have not yet completed. After finishing all the optional nightmare things. Cool. So indeed. Okay, so it does. So it is specifically the ones you haven't completed. I guess we're pretty much getting to time, so these are also things I can just look up on my own time, and then we'd have it all ready on Thursday. Because I do want to go through all the optional nightmare dungeons, as they are apparently called. And I want to get all the light bulbs, which is the thing I'm trying to look for right now. Light bulb. I don't want to know necessarily what the light bulbs do exactly, specifically. Okay, well, maybe what I should do instead is go to the world's library. Aha. Okay, so that's all treasures, but it's not quite what I want. Interesting. Well, it's probably due unto the bird thing, I guess. Okay, so we're... Yeah, well, we're gonna worry about this the next time, I guess. I have some studying seasoning to do, but we're gonna set ourselves down in a place that is useful. Which is to say... in Legato. You always work here? No, you didn't. You're your best son. Is there a mirror in here? I should have come here when we didn't have Mom in the party. No mirror. Because the statement is sure. I wasn't going up that. I'm stuck in place. Which the switch thing. Because apparently it was counting Legato and Legato Castle as different things. So perhaps if I stop time here. There are 5 treasures that we don't have. But then that's just us going back into Legato Castle. Alright, well, we'll just stop here and I'll get things figured out. And, you know, depending on exactly how much and dangerous all the things are, I'm not going to guarantee next Jimmy will be the finale, because I genuinely don't know, and I'm going to do my best to avoid plot things, the actual, like, the story progression or anything, but I will look up, you know, like, the light, see if I can figure out where the light, figure out information on where light bulb locations are and stuff. And we'll have a bit better of an idea next time, and then we'll just see how far we get. Alright, thank you everyone for watching. Hope you had fun, and I will see you the next time. Good night all.